Good afternoon. Welcome to Johnson City, Tennessee for the Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission Committee Day on April the 18th, 2024. I officially call this meeting to order and welcome everybody. And I'd ask Miss Mary to take the roll, please.
Monty Blue, Wally Childress, here. Bill Cox,
Here.
Greg Davenport,
Here.
Chris Devaney,
Here.
Fort Little,
Here.
Rhonda Moody, here. Saltzman,
Here.
Tommy Woods,
Here.
Hank Wright,
Here.
Jimmy Granbery.
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I'd ask our Executive Director, Jason Maxidon, to give the invocation and the pledge, please.
Father, we just come to you in prayer today, Lord. We just want to thank you for this wonderful day that you've given us. And Father, I just thank you for the safe travels that each one of our staff members, our commission members, and members of the public have made to be able to get here today. And Father, we just pray that you would just give us wisdom today as we make decisions about your resources for this state. Father, you just so richly bless us with just great resources. We're so thankful for it. Just lead us and guide us and direct us in what you would have us to do as we set these seasons for the upcoming year. Father, we thank you for everything. Just thank you for protecting our families and each one that's here today, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Attention, salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Maxidon. Got some guests today. Got the Tennessee TBHA President, Travis Rogers. Got Mike Smith, Trey Walker, Terrence Rose, Mary Miller, and Hunter Green. Welcome to our meeting. And if you have a public comment, there'll be that position in the later on in the meeting to do that. Executive Director, you have a report, please.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Granbery. Last month, you heard the agency's season-setting proposals from the Wildlife and Forestry Division, and this month, you have the difficult task of voting on those. Since the last meeting, our staff were excited to receive a record number of public comments on the proposals, thanks to better efforts to engage folks. That also means our team has spent many hours sorting through thousands of comments over the last month to provide summaries for you and see how those public comments align with the biological data that we use to develop these proposals. This process of pulling recommendations from WMA managers and biologists, then applying science and public values to them. It's critical for ensuring the sustainability of wildlife populations and habitats for generations to come. Our youth, as you'll see here on the slideshow, are our future. And the work that we do here today is going to ensure that they have access to natural resources that we all get to enjoy today. 75 years ago, when the agency was founded, it was rare to see a turkey out in the field. But thanks to science-based regulations and diligent work of wildlife conservationists, now we're able to enjoy a successful spring turkey season across the state. This certainly includes the youth turkey hunt, which took place a couple of weeks ago. And as you're able to see from the pictures, it was a great weekend for a lot of youth across the state with all different age ranges. And both young men and young ladies were able to participate in this. We're especially grateful to our commissioners who support youth hunts, our partners at the Tennessee Wildlife Federation who put on youth events, and of course, all the parents out there who make time to take their kids and others hunting and fishing. Last year, more than 31,000 turkeys were harvested during the entire season, and we're looking forward to seeing how the season ends this year. And the decisions made here today and tomorrow will certainly have a lasting impact on turkey seasons in the coming years. We hope the information presented to you today will help you strike the right balance of science and public opinion to ensure sound regulations are put in place. You're also going to be hearing more about the great work that our law enforcement division is doing to support our neighbors, our friends, our partners, local police departments, and emergency services. Because we have officers and field staff in every county across the state, Tittery is always part of the local communities, and our law enforcement division is always ready to jump into action and help serve where they can. You're going to be able to see that on the second presentation. We're going to change the order up on you just a little. Matt's running a little bit behind, so we'll get him on the second presentation. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Director. And this time, if there are any commissioners that have any announcements before we move into the agenda. Anybody have anything? I'd just like to say thank you to Commissioner Woods for your gracious hosting of this commission and going out of your way to make us comfortable and arranging for us to fish and hunt this morning and picking us up at the airport and all those things. And Tommy, you're great. And we really appreciate your hospitality and showing us how they do it in East Tennessee. And we really appreciate that. Anybody else?
Amen to that.
Amen. That's coming from the preacher. My pleasure. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Chairman Monty Ballou, and he's got a fisheries presentation.
Yes, thank you there, Chairman. I'd like to recognize Mr. Jim, Region 4 Program Manager, to come forward and educate us on the Upper East Tennessee tailwaters, if you would.
Y'all hear me better now? Okay, thank you. I was just going to say, good afternoon, commissioners and everyone. Welcome to East Tennessee. Glad to have you here. We've got several outstanding tailwater trout fisheries here in the region, and I've been fortunate to have gotten to work with those throughout my entire career with the agency. So I want to highlight some of the characteristics of those, what makes them unique, how we manage them, some of the threats and issues, the challenges that they face, and how much angler use they get, and so forth. Okay, so we have, let's see if I can make this thing advance. There we go. We've got 6 actual tailwater trout fisheries here in the region, and I'll focus on the 4 that are in Upper East Tennessee, the ones in yellow there. And those are the South Holston, Boone, and Fort Patrick Henry tailwaters that are on, all of those are on the South Fork of the Holston River. And then down on the Watauga River, we have the Wilbur tailwater. Then elsewhere in the region, there's the Norris tailwater on the Clinch River. And then down in the Jefferson County area where I live is the Cherokee tailwater on the Holston River. Altogether, about 65 miles of tailwater trout fishery here in the region. And we manage those to varying degrees with stock trout, hatchery fish, and you can see the stocking rates there in that second column. But those are primarily adult rainbow trout, catchable size rainbows, and subadult brown trout. But we do use brook trout in a couple locations when those are available to us. And we've also recently added cutthroat trout to the stocking program on the Boone tailwater. What makes South Holston and Wilbur tailwaters really unique and special is the outstanding wild brown trout populations in both of those. We also have wild rainbow trout in those 2 tailwaters as well. We've got a substantial number of wild rainbows now in the Norris tailwater and a few in the Fort Patrick Henry tailwater as well. Got trout fishery management plans in place on all of those tailwaters except for Cherokee. That one's still under development. We monitor all those tailwaters each year. They're typically sampled in March before our stocking season begins, except for Cherokee. That one's a little bit different. Cherokee warms up substantially in the late summer and early fall. And so we'll monitor Cherokee in October and November after that temperature bottleneck, because we want to see how many trout have made it through that stressful period there. TVA provides the flows that we need to get out there and sample those in our electric fishing boats. And occasionally they can't do that, like this year on Wilbur tailwater. They've got a unit down for maintenance there at Wilbur, so we were unable to get a sample from the Wilbur tailwater this year. But normally, electric fishing boats, and that doesn't tell us how waters per se, but it does provide an index so that we can look at trends in abundance over time, see if anything is increasing or decreasing there. And it also gives us a way to evaluate if we're meeting our management goals and objectives for those tailwaters. So to focus in a little bit more on South Holston and Wilbur, those 2 tailwaters are really known for their wild trout fisheries, particularly brown trout, as I mentioned, and just the high overall abundance of trout that occur there, which provide the opportunity for really high angler catch rates on those 2. And then the large brown trout that they produce as well. And what's really unique about those two tailwaters is you have Boone Reservoir in that as part of that fishery as well. So there's two trout tailwaters that converge into this reservoir that also has trout habitat year round and a really nice forage base. So that enables it to produce some of these really large fish like you see in the photos. And I think some of those large browns might have been caught in Boone this morning. So you anglers that caught those, you know what I'm talking about there. So I think it was really timely and important that we extended that slot limit that's on the South Holston tailwater down into the reservoir this year to give those fish some protection there, because anglers are starting to key in on that. And without any protection, there were a lot of those fish getting harvested. Maybe, they produce particular trout. We don't see rainbows in any of our other tailwaters. And as you can see in the photos there, and that's the reason, because of that propensity to produce those, we chose that to stock cutthroat trout in. And you can see one down in the bottom center photo there that Jason's holding. So we chose that one to stock the cutthroats. And just past summer, a really young angler caught the new state record from the Boone tailwater with just under 5 pounds. So we're really proud of that. And then the other thing that makes Boone tailwater unique is it's the only location in the state where an angler could catch all 5 species of trout that we stock or manage for in the state. So in addition to the browns and rainbows, brook trout, lake trout, and cutthroat trout could all show up there. So we're really like that aspect of that fishery as well. All of our tailwaters face some threats and challenges. We've got aquatic nuisance species out there like didymo that's in several of those tailwaters. We've detected the parasite that causes whirling disease in the South Holston and Wilbur tailwaters. Cormorants are now an issue on the Norris tailwater and probably will be on some of the other ones soon. Hatchery production is at capacity now, and we struggle sometimes to maintain that. Buffalo Springs hatchery, which you see in that bottom right photo, produces trout that go into a couple of these tailwaters. And they've got some issues now with water supply in the summer months, early fall months. There's issues with bird predation in the raceways that we're dealing with there. So it's a really good thing we've got those wild trout fisheries where we do, because that takes some of the pressure, some of the burden off of the hatcheries to provide trout to support those tailwater fisheries. And then there's just some general water quality and quantity issues at the tailwaters. In Holston last year, there's a flows, and all pool, I should say, to drain down completely than it should be, or than it was designed to, resulting in the extremely low flows in the tailwater that you see in the photo there, potentially impacting that fishery. So TVA was really good to work with us to address that issue. They got that straightened out. But and then some of the reservoirs above these tailwaters in the fall, when they turn over, there can be some really poor quality water released into the tailwaters. Norris and South Holston, we know that happens occasionally at. So we want to work with TVA to kind of be proactive about that and head those off in the fall so that they don't cause those kind of localized minor fish kills that can cause in those tailwaters. And then we do angler surveys on all of our tailwaters periodically. And in this chart, I've got all the recent surveys are shown there, angler surveys. And what really stands out is how much pressure, angling pressure, that Wilbur and South Holston get compared to the other ones. Far exceed those in terms of angler hours and trips, trout catch rates. Harvest on those two is kind of in the middle of the pack. And then trip expenditures by anglers over $1 million in both cases. But what really struck me there was how many non-resident anglers are using those tailwaters. Over 60% in our last creel surveys on both of those tailwaters. So they're getting a lot of attention from anglers in our neighboring states. And on those angler trip numbers, just to put those in perspective for South Holston and Wilbur, that equates, those numbers equate to 40 to 50 trips on average per day, every day of the year. So lots of angling pressure on those two tailwaters. And while we're out there asking the anglers, how long have you been fishing and how many fish are you catching and that sort of thing, we'll also ask them now that if they have any general comments on that particular trout fishery itself or how it's being managed. And I've got the results for the last year's Wilbur Tailwater Angler Survey. And we had crilled over 99 anglers, over 400 anglers, and 99 of them chose to respond to this. And the most common response was, it's a great fishery. We like how it's being managed. The other responses fell out into several other categories. License is too expensive, stock more trout. We hear those two a lot, and all the way down to comments about issues with guides. And then a couple even said, you all ask too many questions. But anyway, that we like to get that information because it helps us to know what the anglers are thinking about, how that tailwater is being managed and what their perceptions of it are as we kind of formulate our management strategies going forward. And then just to kind of wind things up, I mentioned our monitoring data earlier. I just wanted to focus in a little bit on South Holston tailwater and Wilbur tailwater, just to kind of show you what the trends look like and current status there are. This is that catch per unit effort data that I mentioned that we collect. And we're only talking about 7-inch and larger fish in this case. Those are the ones that are fully recruited to our electric fishing gear. And you can see we've got data. I don't know if you can read that x-axis there, but we've got data going all the way back to the 90s. So a lot of information there. You can see where the slot limit and the spawning sanctuaries were set up in 2000. And then just after that brown trout population, which is that kind of gold line, those fish really took off. That population really expanded. In some years exceeding 300 fish per hour. And just to put that in perspective, that's off the chart high compared to any other tailwaters in the Southeast. So, and there's variability from year to year, as you'd expect in any wild fish population, which those are. We did see a pretty substantial day for sure, but when we went back out this year, those numbers had started to recover again. So nothing overall that looks concerning overall as far as those abundances go. And then I did mention earlier that we have wild rainbows in that tailwater and Wilbur as well. And we have been stocking 50,000 fingerling rainbow trout in that one per year, but we decided it was time to evaluate that and see, are those fingerlings that we're stocking, are they contributing to that fishery at all? Can the natural reproduction carry that along with the adult fish we stock? So we suspended that rainbow stocking in 2021. And so far, I mean, there's some variability there, but so far it looks okay. And if we don't need to stock those fingerlings there, we can certainly use that hatchery space and those hatchery resources to produce fish where they could be used more effectively than here. So we'd certainly want to do that if that's the case. And then over on the Wilbur tailwater, the same graph, CPUE for 7-inch and over fish. And that data goes back to 1999. You can see in 2000s when we had that fish kill. Anybody remember that down in Elizabeth? And it kind of took out the whole lower section, almost half of that tailwater, but it recovered pretty quickly. And what's really interesting to me here is that brown trout population in Wilbur kind of underwent that same expansion that we saw in South Holston, except not quite to the extent, and it was shifted a little bit later in time, but those brown trout numbers have really expanded there too, particularly in the upper half of that tailwater. So interesting that occurred even without any special regulations like we used on the South Holston tailwater. And no data for 2024, unfortunately, but we'll be looking forward to seeing that data next year. And then as far as the rainbows go, again, we suspended that fingerling stocking there and everything looks okay so far. So maybe we won't need to reintroduce those in that case. So that's it. That's kind of a whirlwind tour of our Upper East Tennessee tailwater trout fisheries. If y'all haven't had a chance to get out there and fish those yet, I'd highly encourage you to, if you get that opportunity. There's some great fish out there, some great memories waiting to be made. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions if we've got time.
Yeah, thank you, Jim, for
Sure.
that presentation. I would just like to say for the chief and yourself, all the fisheries, y'all do a great job and we see that from Johnson City to the Mississippi River, and we've been able to experience it from the trout fishing to the catfishing to everything in between. And it's a huge part of this agency. Fisheries is from Asian carp that I've been able to deal with quite a bit. Y'all do a great job.
Thank you,
Thank you, and I know
Commissioner.
how
We
important it is
appreciate that.
to this agency and Tennesseans alike.
We get that compliment every now and then. We usually get told what we do wrong, but love to hear it when we get a compliment
As long
like
as the
that.
fish
So
are
thank
biting
you.
you, you're good. You know, I understand how that works. But
Thank you.
all right, we'll open the up to questions for any committee or commissioners. Commissioner Cox.
Jim, thank you for that good report and information. You
Yes, sir.
mentioned that your hatcheries are at capacity. Do you buy fish from anywhere?
We don't yet. We hope to not ever have to do that. We're trying to address those issues at the hatcheries and keep us at capacity. That's unfortunately, we probably can't ramp up that capacity. You know, we're kind of stuck with what we've got there, but we have not had to go that route yet, and hopefully we won't in the future.
Well, that's my next question, and Jason might comment, and it's unfair to ask for that now, but I'd like to know if our hatcheries, and we haven't talked about them much in a long time. There used to be a lot of conversation about maximum capacities, and we were not making the fish, growing the fish that we need to. Fishing, in my opinion, selling licenses is the long-term future of all the agencies because it's so much easier to get into. But I'd like to know where are we with our hatcheries and the capacity of fish, and if we need, you said you couldn't do anything with your hatchery. Is it because you couldn't add on if you want?
Could be, but the thing to keep in mind over here in Region 4, our trees are getting very dated. It's like 1970s. That infrastructure is getting really old. It's needing a lot of attention. And, you know, we're, like I say, there could be, is a good example. There could be another set of raceways installed there, but even before we did that, it would probably be good to upgrade, you know, and stabilize what we have there now and maintain that capacity. Buffalo Springs has had just a whole handful of issues to deal with down there. So we're trying to address those. We're still meeting all of our allocations, and we hope to continue to do that going forward, but it's going to take some work to keep that going.
Well, it seems like your stocking is working, and I just wanted to talk to myself, if you could double that, would you double the success? So I guess what I'm asking to is, Director, I'd like to know what the condition of our hatcheries is, and maybe work around to what a 5-year plan to upgrade and expand. And I know it's funny for me to be asking to spend money, but that's an investment more than it is an expense. So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's not just the cold water hatcheries. The warm water hatcheries are in the same shape. They're getting so dated. Morristown hatchery is a great example of that one, and it's slated for some. But yeah, they'll need some attention as we go forward.
You have a comment about that?
No, sir. Sounds like a good item and to run by the budget, Chairman, but we will work on that and present that at a committee meeting.
Whatever we do, it's all inclusive in the sportsman's license. All right, it's all
Not necessarily.
okay. Anyway, any other commissioners questions? Seeing none. The only thing I was going to ask just real quick was about the depredation. You talked about depredation of birds, and I've never seen that. What are we doing? Or are we doing that, or USDA or
USDA has helped us last year. It's incredible. When you walk last year, if you walk down you might think, well, what in the world is that? But then just look up in the trees and you can see the roosts where all these herons and now night herons have moved in. So you got a day and a night shift going on there. They've got raceway covers there. They're just aluminum frames with netting, but those birds have figured they can sit on that and poke through there and get to them. So now
I'd like to call Matt Majors, Lieutenant Colonel, to the microphone, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anytime I get a chance to get up here and brag on our wildlife officers, I'm going to do it. So thank you for this opportunity. What I want to talk to you a little departments in and around their counties and what all the things they do. So I'm going to skim over it, but what I want you to take away from this is we are game and fish officers and we love that, but we are also. So on paper, you know, we get called a lot of things. Nice, some of them not so nice when we're out in the public, you know, squirrel sheriff, possum cop, and, you know, why do you need all those blue lights and stuff like that? And the truth is you're going to see some of those reasons, but their passion, the reason they got into this was game and fish. And yeah, they'll do boating because it's very important, but they really have a heart for game and fish enforcement. But what happens based on their heart and their soul and the efforts they give in their community, and they're well known, get called to a lot of different things. And we're going to look at some of those, but they are very trained in so many things and they're extremely willing. And that's one thing that many first responders have in common. And our wildlife officers truly pride themselves in calling themselves assistants to all those first responder needs. So how useful are we? You've probably seen us some in the news on all the different things we've been involved with. We can work in any landscape. Most wildlife officers will tell you their truck is their office, and they can live out of that for 2, 3, 4 days sometimes. You'd be surprised at all the stuff they've got in there. Their skills and equipment, it's really second to none. And thankfully, I've been able to travel around some and speak with other game and fish agencies, and our agency has really outfitted our officers and prepared us well. So very thankful for that. Our officers are adaptable. They can find themselves teaching a youngster about how to fish, and then they can find themselves in a very highly traumatic situation just moments later, and they have that ability to be able to switch back and forth, which is really, really cool to watch, but really hard to find. And our remote capabilities. You know, when we're thought of for 4-wheel drive trucks, 4-wheelers, side-by-sides, and all the fun stuff that goes through with that. But oftentimes our calls for service and assistance are in very remote areas, which situates us very well to be able to assist the public. One of the things that we have noticed that happens is when an officer, a wildlife officer, has been embedded in his community number of years, oftentimes your senior leadership in those counties, when they have major emergencies, they will say things like, hey, where are the game wardens at? And there's no better compliment that our wildlife officers, our boating law enforcement division could get when these law enforcement managers and emergency response managers are saying these kind of things. And when we show up, you'd be surprised at how many people in the community say, wow, we thought you guys just enforced hunting and fishing laws. We thought you just enforced boating laws. You're out here helping your communities. You're serving the ones who you serve every day in a different capacity, and we did not know that. So really good things happen when our officers are out there assisting. So here's some events that we've assisted with manpower and equipment. You know, we get called in a lot of different natural disasters, and I know you've seen those. And just by the remote nature of where our officers are, oftentimes they are Johnny on the spot, for lack of better words. They are some of the first people to arrive and assist because of their willingness and eagerness to help their communities, to serve the people in every capacity, not just in a game and fish capacity. But you can see so many things here that if you polled 100 people, they would not think that wildlife officers really had any dealings with, but we get pulled to those events just because our skills and capabilities. And looking at the list, when I reached out to all the law enforcement majors and got all the things they were involved with, it was very humbling to see how much our agency really does for the state. Just a couple of pictures of tornado response. Again, our officers are there from, right after the winds die down, but then they are continuing to assist as needed, as through any agreement we get through TEMA or local resources for our needs. Emergency response, a lot of different places, and they find so many different things with the rollout of our body. One thing you got to know about wildlife officers is they want to toot their own horn. They're not looking for people to wave a flag and say, hey, you did a good job. But what we're seeing is these body worn cameras are capturing some really incredible events that our officers are doing that we would never know of otherwise. Some of the sergeants and lieutenants and captains have sent us videos to our central office and say, hey, take a look at this. Look at what this officer did. And so we'll talk a little bit more on how we're rewarding those officers for going above and beyond. And those are just a couple of snapshots there from our body worn cameras. The one on the right's a little tough to see, but it's one of our wildlife officers pulling a man out of a car that had rolled off into a creek there in the snow. And the other one was, of course, a motor vehicle crash. Because of our capabilities with our underwater ROVs, we get lots of calls for assistance, city, county, as well as state. On the left here, this was a TBI investigation in a quarry, and they were looking for some, I'll just leave it at evidence that might be in that barrel there. So we were able to go down and document all of that for them on video, so they would have that for evidentiary purposes. And again, the picture on the right there is us assisting Tennessee State Parks when they had some missing swimmers. Land searches, really important. You know, you've seen us in the news several times here lately assisting with those. We've had officers from all over the state assisting right in the Nashville area with several searches. But because of our capabilities and our propensity to be in the woods, oftentimes they say, hey, you're the woods guys and girls, you go after it. And our guys are going to meet that challenge every time. Aviation incidents. Well, because we have boats, we end up being some first responders to those. There on the left, that was around the Knoxville area not too awful long ago. And the picture on the right was a picture of a plane crash where 7 people perished, and we were first on scene in assistance to recovering all that airplane material as well as other evidence. Our honor guard, you know, I'm very passionate about that. We have stood in for other police agencies when they did not have honor guards to honor fallen officers. Again, they're on the right. You see our officers standing casket watch with Metro Nashville, one of their fallen officers, as well as representing our state at a number of different, the Titans game, or minor league teams as well. And nearly every time that we show up at one of those, I'll get a text or a picture of our men and women in uniform to my phone and say, hey, I didn't know you guys had an honor guard. That was really cool to see the game wardens out there on the field. So very cool stuff there. Technology. We are really thankfully on the cutting edge of not only underwater technology, but laser scanning technology. Our investigators have 2 laser scanners now. They will do scans of a lot of different things, primarily hunting accidents, boating accident scenes, but they have also assisted the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation with several investigations where they needed terrestrial places scanned with our scanners. And then just general community assistance. There you see on the left, that's one of our officers first on the scene to a house fire, and he's dragging a fire hose and spraying water. And I happened to take that picture, and I asked him, I said, hey, do you want to be a fireman? And he said, no, but I'll do it in this uniform every day, because it was pretty neat to see the people walking around and go, wow, the game warden's fighting fire. That is really cool. So just shows how embedded and how caring they are of their communities. So some recent events that you've seen, I'm sure you've all probably were aware of the missing Meigs County deputy. That patrol car went in the water. Our officers were first on the scene, and with our down scan and side scan sonar, they were able to find that deputy's car and search locations so they can make those recoveries. 2 high-profile incidents, Riley Strain and Sebastian Rogers. We were still involved in the Sebastian Rogers search as needed and when called on. Additionally, one of our officers revived a off-duty police officer because of his skills and training with TWRA. He was first on the scene and began to do CPR, and thankfully they had a good event to honor him. And it was really neat to see the public. A number of the people talked to the officer, and they said, we had no idea you would even respond to such an event. But again, it's just about doing the right thing. We've got coming up here, a couple of our officers are going to get Vanderbilt Life-Saving Awards for their efforts when a tree fell on a family camping in a remote area. The officers went in, helped remove some of those people and get them to ambulances needed. And just over the last 3 or 4 years, our boating law enforcement division has started recognizing these examples of tremendous above and beyond behavior of our wildlife officers. And they have given more than 20 appreciation, accommodation, and valor awards out to our wildlife officers. So just showing they are not so focused on game and fish that they cannot see the community need from time to time. So I'll leave you with this. If you, just like you cut open a tree and you can tell how old it is, if you were to cut open a wildlife officer and try to figure out what's inside of them, you're going to see grit, determination. You're going to see passion and love for the job. But more importantly, what I see every day when I go out and work with these officers is they have a true love of their community, and they want to be embedded in that community in every way. They want to go to church in that community. They want to serve that community. They stop and help people even when they're not in uniform. They don't ask for any thanks. That's what's built into them. So I'm so thankful, again, to tell you one more time, putting on this uniform is the best thing I've ever done in my life. And I'm proud of our officers. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Blue?
Yeah, thank you. It was a great presentation. I always said, it's not what you do, but it's who you are. Everybody in that community knows who the game warden is. You know what I mean? I've had over 30 years in law enforcement, and TWRA has helped either me with the highway patrol or the sheriff's office in every incident you can imagine. One that you didn't mention I wanted to bring up is, and I know it's a little down right now, but our canine division, your canine division was used numerous times to recover shell casings on a couple of homicide cases and other aggravated assaults when we couldn't find shell casings. And TWRA had dogs that came out and recovered shell casings. Looked for them for hours. Couldn't find them. Dog came in, found them in a matter of minutes. Bam, laid down on them. So it's absolutely true, everything you said. So it's a great agency, and the equipment is above and beyond. Absolutely.
100%.
So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? Well, Lieutenant Colonel, on behalf of the commission, we all will do whatever we need to do to support you and your efforts, and very compelling stuff. And one of the things we just did recently was this commission passed an alcohol ban on WMAs to slow down on those issues that y'all are having on some of the OHVs. It just passed through the state legislature and became law April the 15th. So gentleman in the audience has already commented on that. So that's our participation, and we're proud to do that. So we thank you for your time today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, as we move into the bulk of the agenda today, I just urge all the commissioners to listen very carefully to Chairman Wright as he goes through all the procedural matters. There's a lot of information, and I just can't say enough about the hard work of our staff, our commission that have been involved with all this, and the public. I've never seen the amount of public input for all of these issues in my 5.5 years on the commission. So that's really important. And I think that helps us make informed decisions, as Director Maxedon stated, based on the science, the public input, and our own personal beliefs as commissioners that we were charged with this responsibility. So with that, I will turn this over to Chairman Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everyone. I want to convene the Wildlife Committee where we'll hear season-setting proposals and the various proclamations required to effectuate our season-setting decisions. I want to cover some procedural items and matters. The first thing we'll do after hearing the proclamation explanation by staff is that we will move that to the floor for discussion. We'll have a second that will need to come from committee members. And after that time, the next thing we'll do, and this is important, we'll have public comment. We value the public comment. We're appreciative of everyone that would come. After public comment, we're going to have comment from non-committee member commissioners. All of your input's important. If you have input, we'd love to hear it. If you have questions for staff, we'd love to hear it. After non-committee member input, we'd ask that only committee members deliberate the motion at hand. And just a reminder, that motion will just be to send something with amendments without to the full commission tomorrow. So non-committee members tomorrow, as well as committee members, will be a day that we vote on anything. And if you have any amendments, those are certainly welcome at that time. We will do a voice vote on any proclamation where there are no amendments. If there are amendments, we'll do a roll call vote. Public comment will be timed at 3 minutes. I assume we have someone set up to time those. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. State your name and where you're from. And then commissioners, please speak clearly. The staff will be trying to write down and clearly document your intent on amendments. And so it's important that we speak clearly and slowly so they can hear us. Anytime we have a meeting this far away, well, anytime we have a meeting in Tennessee, it's far away from someone. So those who travel, we're appreciative, and those that, as Chairman Granbery said, those that gave us public comment, that's just really valuable. All of us appreciate that, and it's certainly welcome. At this time, council, if you don't have anything, I'll recognize Joe Benedict. And Joe is going to present just an overview of public input.
Mr. Chairman, there's an echo.
Yeah.
If you go closer to that.
We'll try moving it closer, which is not good. We'll try moving it further, which may be good. Closer, no echo? All right. Chief Benedict, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Any echo? All right. Well, thank you, commissioners. It's great to be here. I appreciate the law enforcement folks and all they do. We hear stories in the headquarters building about some of those incidents Matt mentioned, and they are truly heroes in Tennessee for what they do. We're here today to bring to you all the final recommendations of the agency for our hunting and trapping seasons this year. This culminates a long time, a lot of hours of my staff and other staff, the director's office, license, the attorneys, and others of looking at field work, field data collection, talking to the public in hunting situations and at gas stations, and just a culmination of all of that work that my staff is passionate about, that we're passionate about. So I won't go through this slide that I shared last month with you. We start with hunting seasons in August, and here we are today in April, again, bringing you the final recommendations. I did want to share, we after this meeting, after the red lines are finalized and signed by the chair, we will then go into preparation for the hunting guide. That's already started, but the hunting guide is completed and in effect by the 1st of August. And just a reminder to the public that this year we'll be combining the hunting and fishing field guides. So we'll have one single guide. We're excited about that. I know Emily and her shop are working hard to make that happen. There's a cost savings and a redundancy reduction, I guess, when we combine those two guides together. So what I have for you today, I've got a very short piece of this presentation. Mark and Wally will provide the bulk of the information. Again, it's agency recommendations for final action by today, the committee, and tomorrow, the full commission. There are very few changes from the March proposals. I want to make that clear today. Sometimes we have a lot of changes, but this year we only have a few from what we shared last month. We do include here at the request of the commission some considerations the agency would like you all to think about should you propose a nighttime coyote and bobcat season. So we have a couple slides on that. As both chairs had mentioned, we're going to go through each proclamation individually. We'd ask the public when there are topics that you would like to comment on in a proclamation. When the chair invites you, those are the times to make those comments. We'll request action individually on each proclamation and then move to the next. And so we've got some slides to help with that transition. So this is the slide we shared last month in March about the public input. As Commissioner Granbery said, we've not ever received these number of comments in a single season setting process. So in the December-January period, it's open. Send us your comments on any kind of hunting, fishing, trapping regulation. Almost 6,000 folks submitted 8,000 comments, right? You'll recall we shared a summary of those comments. We can't look at that number of comments individually and create a summary in our head. It's not an objective way to do that. So we use a software to do that. We also have shared with this commission and the public numerous times over the last several months this adaptive harvest management process that we're engaged in for deer and turkeys, and there's a huge amount of input during that as well. Here are the numbers. Again, these are the numbers we shared in March. The individual comments split out by species. My next slide here will be the comments since March. So the public heard the agency's proposals. We did a really neat thing this year. We had an input tool. It's really kind of a web-based survey where we had the link available on the internet, and folks could go to that input tool sort of website. We had a link directly to each place in the commission meeting where there was a comment about falconry or wildlife management area, so they could go directly to hear what the presentation was, what the agency recommendations were, and make a comment there. It's a really neat way to do that. Again, you'll see over 1,000 folks provided over 2,500 comments. We also got emails. I want to make a pause here for a minute. We had 38 emails in our traditional email inbox for receiving these comments. We also had 215 what we're calling form letters. This was against the coyote hunting season at night. Typically, when agencies such as ours receive this kind of comment, we would count it as one comment as far as kind of a summary. So again, we did have 215 of these emails that came in. Again, we summarize these by with the software, and I just want to also point out, I'm sure y'all had a lot of time since we sent these, but we sent an email to each of you with the thousands of comments directly as they were submitted to us. And so we appreciate your time, that's the public's time in submitting those, and also your time for looking through those. Here are the summary stats, again, taking those 2,600 comments and pulling them out by species. I'll just pause here for a minute. You'll see the top four there are over 400 to 600 comments on those. So we wanted to just kind of provide an overview when we think about these comments, this public input. We want to share the considerations that we have for you. Reminder that these last series of public input was requested on these specific proposals, right? Again, this idea that they could go to the input tool and see the proposals directly. So that summary that we just saw was intended to have that impact. What are the comments exactly on the proposals? Again, we did a generalized summary of the comments with software. Obviously, there was a large number of comments, and there was a broad representation of opinions. Some folks completely for what we proposed, some completely against, and some in the middle that liked parts but didn't like other parts. The approach the agency takes to these comments is we're looking for overall sentiment. Did most people like the direction we were going? Did most people not like the direction? Another key point that we really look for is, did we miss anything in consideration around these topics? If there was something that we hadn't thought about, we have to sit back and say, oh, let's reconsider the entire proposal. So that was a key thing that our staff did. Again, it's not a vote or a poll. We didn't really ever intend to count these comments. We're looking for sentiment, right? We've gotten a lot of work over the last number of months, especially deer and turkey with the adaptive harvest process, the outreach and input during that. We don't want to just take these last comments from this small number of people, I guess, as a vote, a yes or a no. Again, another piece, I think we shared this in March. Folks are motivated differently. If the agency is proposing something they agree with or they are ambivalent to, they're not likely to go on an online input tool or send an email and say, I agree with you, or I don't care what you do here. So there's a motivation difference for folks who disagree with what we're proposing. So it's good to hear from those folks. Just want to remind folks about the motivation there. In these software generated summaries, we're looking for this overall everyone agreed, or overall everyone disagreed, or some kind of general comment consensus of these comments. It happens a few times, but a lot of times you'll see in some of these summaries we provide everything was split. And we know that. Commissioners, you all have heard from members of the public, folks in your district or statewide. One person likes One person doesn't like it. One person wants to keep it the way it is. One person wants to move it. So there is a lot of times split input on here. We use biological data. We use human dimension surveys that are a little more specific, and we consider this public input to try to bring you the best recommendations we can. And also, if there's no clear preference for something, kind of one of these split questions or topics, we look for other input that we have that might relate to that. And then the other piece is we are always looking to simplify regulations, make them easy to understand, and make them consistent across the state. So those are the kind of the final phases that we go through as we look through these thousands of comments that we received. And it also, I failed to mention this earlier, but some of the comments are totally unrelated to the agency's proposals, right? So it's a comment about something that we didn't address. So I'm going to share the proclamations that we have in order. You have this on your agenda as well. The reason I'm sharing this is to show you where there are some changes that the agency is bringing from the March recommendation. So we'd like to establish 2 refuges, repeal the Arnold Hollow WMA because the lease prices went up. We weren't able to afford that. There's a lot of changes that you'll hear from Wally about the WMA system. We do have 2 changes in that proclamation that we'll highlight for you. Taking of raptors for falconry, there's no change. We spent a lot of time, as you know, working with the falconers. It's been a great relationship. Mark checked with those folks again. No change to that. We do have a change to the migratory game bird seasons and mag limits. You'll recall in March, we had 2 options for start dates for the second period. We have a recommendation on that at this point. No change to the big game deer, turkey, and bear recommendations that we brought last month. And finally, if you do establish a season, we would have to open up the law enforcement committee to consider manner and means that would identify what you could use during that nighttime coyote season. And a final note there at the bottom, there are changes in the proclamations that are clerical. They're not intended. They don't change the intent, but there's bad grammar or it was unclear. So there's some of that will be in the red line packet that you have on your iPads. So with that, if there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Wally Akins to come and go through his several proclamations.
Thank you, Chief. Wally, welcome. Just one quick reminder for the public and for the record, the Wildlife Committee members are Hank Wright, Stan Butt, Greg Davenport, Brad Box, Rhonda Moody, and Wally Childress. And the second reminder would be that all the committee members are doing today would be making a recommendation to a full commission tomorrow. So nothing that we vote on today is an approval of the proclamation. It's a recommendation for consideration tomorrow.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, commissioners and the public. My name is Wally Akins, Assistant Chief of Wildlife and Forestry Division. I do have several proclamations to go through, understand, and realize last month when I went through our recommendations, I moved fairly quickly. There's a lot of detail. Most of them are simple changes to provide for some consistency, et cetera. So I'm probably again today. Be sure, and if you have, let me know, and if you need some clarifications, I'll be glad to provide. One is to establish a new area in Henry County. It's Holly Fork Creek Refuge, sorry. It's 125 acres. I will present the season setting recommendations later in the WMA proclamation. I'll turn it back over to the Wildlife Committee and for consideration.
Thank you. I'll move Proclamation 2404 to the committee for discussion.
Second.
Any public comment? Any non-committee member comment? Okay, committee members, any comment for Proclamation 2404? Without any, I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of Proclamation 2404 as presented of the Wildlife Committee, all those in favor state aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, we'll move 2404 to the full commission tomorrow.
The next one I have is to establish Catoosa Ridge Refuge. Catoosa Ridge Refuge is on the western boundary of Catoosa WMA. It consists of 1,750 acres. Similar to Holly Fort Creek, I'll review the hunting season recommendations later in the WMA proclamation. With that, I will turn it back over to the commission for consideration and public comment.
Thank you, Wally. I'll move 2405 to the floor for discussion. We have a second? We have a second. Do we have any public comment on 2405? Any non-committee?
So Tori may correct me if I'm wrong, but many times we'll proclaim an area as a refuge so we can set different regulations for a hunting season, or restrictions that we may want to provide for that area. That's different than the WMA proper. Well, it could be more restrictive hunting seasons or more liberal. Yes, sir. It could be more restrictive hunting seasons, more liberal, have restrictions, for example, on OHV use, et cetera.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any committee member comment?
I think
non-committee?
Buffalo Ridge would be a really good example because of the donation of the property and how that came about, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any committee comment? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote on 2405. All those in favor, state aye. All opposed? Seeing none.
Finally, we'll have proclamation 2412, repeal Arnold Hollow WMA. It is in Region 2, and due to an increase in lease price, we're unable to renew this lease for this area. The repeal, if approved, will become effective July 1st of this year. With that, I'll turn it back over to the commission for consideration and public comment.
Have anyone here to publicly comment on 2412? Any non-committee or committee members? I just have a question about it. Is there any possibility of public-private partnership to raise the money for that lands, or will they be gone after this year regardless?
Our staff were in a series of deliberations or communications with the owners of this property. And we were just able to negotiate what we had in the budget for what lands we could lease. Given the amount of acreage and the amount of money we had, this is why that one was chosen to not renew. I don't know. I would have to refer to Region 2 staff maybe to see if that is a possibility.
Well, y'all, I know the agency's put forth a great effort in this, and sad to see it go. It's just
Yes.
budgetary restrictions. I think we're ready to vote if we don't have further comment on 2412, repeal Arnold Hollow WMA. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 2412 carries, and we'll move that to the full commission for consideration tomorrow. I think this might be a good time for a break. Mr. Chairman, would that be okay with you?
Yeah, I recommend 15-minute break. We'll see y'all back in at 2:15.
We do.
every day.
Very much so. Speaking of West and East, our radio stations cover the whole state, so we appreciate
Exactly. Yep.
folks running the show, and it's just great to be out there on the radio.
It is.
Well, today it's all about kind of looking back over 75 years of wildlife conservation, and you guys have been at the top of the top of that chart there and leading the agency. And I just thought it'd be fun to get you guys back in and reflect on your years of work and past experiences, and just kind of a storytelling time, and looking back. So I appreciate you guys being here.
I'll just have to say, if I start telling stories, you can do like my wife. She goes, "You've already told that 5 times or 3 times."
Too much detail. Jason, let's start with you, and just tell us how you came up through the agency and where we are today.
All right. Well, I started September 1st, opening day of dove season in 2000. So been working almost 24 years, be 24 years this coming September. And my first job with the agency, I started out as the wetlands wildlife forester. And we were talking about Director Gary Myers a little bit earlier, but
Yeah.
I think that was a newly formed position. I was the first one to get to serve in that role. And basically what we would do was go out and manage the bottom and hardwoods of West Tennessee. Did the first timber sale that we ever got to do as a wildlife agency out there, and then bottom and hardwood restoration. I think to date we've restored about 10,000 acres of bottom and hardwood. So that was my first role with the agency. And then after that, I got what I always call my dream job. I always wanted to be a wildlife officer for TWRA, and didn't get to do that. That was not a commission position. The first 10 years in the forester job.
Okay.
And so my second job was the manager, a wildlife manager too, over the Lower Oldbine Wetland Complex. So a lot of the different WMAs and one refuge along the Mississippi and the Lower Oldbine River. And got commissioned, got to become that wildlife officer after all in that position. And
Awesome.
I always say that was my favorite role within the agency. After that, I moved up to the Region 1 Wildlife Program Manager, and that was out of our Jackson Region 1 office, where I served there for a little over a year. And basically, that's over all the WMA operations in Region 1 from the Tennessee River to the Mississippi River. And then when Director Carter retired, I got to come up to the Nashville office as the Deputy Director over the field operations side. Did that for 2 years under the direction of Bobby Wilson as Director, and then have been the Director for coming up on 2 years here now.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Had a great career. You grew up in the outdoors, right? I mean, you can't work in the agency and not have that background. So you love to hunt and fish and get outside, right?
I love it. I can remember, I was thinking back, starting with my dad really at age 6, just tagging along, rabbit and quail hunting. We would go sauger fishing on the Tennessee River with an uncle. You probably knew PJ Maxon. I know the director knew him, but he would take us sauger fishing. So I got to do that at a young age, and just my passion just grew for the outdoors, and that's how I got into the field.
Awesome. That's awesome. Well, Ed, your background a little different. I mean, you've worked in different divisions across the agency, and now retired, but
And even started when we were game and fish.
Right.
Before the transition to Wildlife Resources Agency.
So that's really cool. Tell us a little bit about your background there.
Well, I came to work in 1972, which seems like a long time ago. Now. But anyway, I started out, the agency did live animal exhibits at all the fairs across the state and the county fairs. And so I started doing that, taking animals around, setting up the displays and staying with them until that was over. So that was the first part of my job. And I moved into the hunter education, what's called hunter safety coordinator at the time. Stayed in that for a little while, but that moved into the law enforcement division and became training officer. And then after that, I went to Region 2's assistant director, and then to chief of boating for about 19 years. And then director, I guess in 2009, became director.
Yeah. Awesome. Were you commissioned from the start?
Got my first commission in 1972.
Okay. Yeah.
At that time, it was a little different. The whole law enforcement world was different then. So anyway, I got my first commission in 1972 and worked all over the state. It was really great to be able to do that. So never had a county wildlife officer position, but I worked from one end to the other, and that gave me a great perspective on things. And that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We don't haul animals around these days and show them around, but I think that's pretty cool that back in the day that was one of the roles here at the agency.
One of the crazy parts was, what do you do with those animals when the fair's not going on?
Well, At that time, there were very few rehabbers, wildlife
Right.
rehabilitation folks.
Yeah.
So most of the animals that we had, whatever local fair was going to be, the officers, the biologists, and everybody, all kinds of what they call abandoned animals, and most of those we would try to rehab ourselves. And while they're rehabbing, we'd use them in the fair exhibits. And then in the fall, if we could, it was kind of different. We got to be really good friends with those little animals. And I remember going up by my dad and mom's house as we were on our way to the Knoxville Fair, and I had a whole back seat full of raccoon cubs. Didn't know that they had an upset stomach at the time. I took them in and turned them loose in mom's house, and that bedspread was never the same.
You're going to see some footage from an old film that was produced here at the agency in the Game and Fish days. And in that film, it shows some things like, the wife taking care of the animal that the officer, the husband, had to bring home to take care of, because they got a call and things like that. So it's times have changed. Now we have the rehabilitators that help out with that kind of thing. And
thank goodness.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that, for sure. But so outdoor, you grew up in the outdoors, right? I mean, hunting and fishing.
Yeah, I grew up in kind of a rural area, hunted and fished with dad and my brother and sometimes my sister, till I hooked her so many times she'd never go back fishing. So anyway, we grew up that way, and I could come home from school and literally walk out the door. Dad took the bolt out of an old 22 when I was so young I didn't even know it wouldn't fire. And I squirrel hunted by myself with no gun that would fire for quite some time. But yeah, those kind of things. And he loved to fish, and that was probably his greatest pastime. But we had bird dogs and all that kind of thing, so it was fun.
Yeah, that's neat.
Very cool. That's awesome.
Director Maxidon, I want to hit just a little moment on that bottomland hardwood project that you got involved in. And I mean, you shepherded that thing and made a huge difference in West Tennessee in the bottomland hardwoods. Just kind of give us a little bit of a rundown on how all that worked, collecting the acorns and that kind of stuff.
Well, it was a great project, a lot of fun. And so I did my graduate work at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, and that's what I was working on was oak seedlings and mixed mass species production for wildlife. And so one of the things when like I said, Director Myers actually started this position, I worked under John Gregory out of the Real Estate and Forestry Division then. And so they stationed me out there. And what we were doing was buying marginal farmlands, and basically that they were in they were in crop production. They were lowlands that would flood frequently, that probably really never should have been farmed, that were once originally cleared.
Right.
And so we were going in and restoring those. And so we would do hydrology work where we would go in and actually restore some of the minor meanders that may be through those systems. And one of the neat things that we did, and I just kind of took an ag background, which I came from, and tried to manipulate that into figure out a way to plant these trees to make them survive, because it had been elusive to that point. And so I thought, hey, they're rice farming just right across the river. So I thought we need to put these things in at contours and 1 foot intervals, and we need to start matching tree species to site through elevation. And so, for example, a bald cypress, which can tolerate the most water tupelo bald cypress, the two that can tolerate the most water, would be at the lowest elevations.
Sure.
And oak species like cherry bark and swamp chestnut oak, which are your drier site bottomland species, would be at the highest elevation. And you would go out in this field, and there may be as much as 10 feet elevation change. To the eye, it looks flat, but there would be that much. So at the lowest elevations, we would plant those species that could tolerate the most water, and the ones that could tolerate the least amount at the highest elevation.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of a new way to do things, and it was successful. We were having about 98 to 100% success with the seedlings once we started that program.
That's great.
Well, that kind of leads us into my next question, was successes and things that you've seen over your time. That's one right there, successful in that adventure there. What's something else that stood out to you in your career that's stood out as a success or a hurdle or that kind of thing?
Well, Director Carter and them started a lot of good things that we've been able to build on as an agency.
Definitely.
And, probably one of the biggest thing is just relationships with partners. We just recognized a partnership with Farm Bureau at our last commission meeting that I know the director worked really hard to get that relationship going. And just those relationships with those partners have been big. The populations of animals. I mean, think about the white-tailed deer and how when Ed started, and maybe even before Ed a little bit, they started, working to bring these populations back. And now we have these sustainable populations that we can hunt.
Yeah.
The story of the eastern wild turkey and what's happening with turkeys. So I would consider all these things great successes. The conservation efforts that have been worked on by the personnel for years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll call up Assistant Chief Wally Akins for Proclamation 24-06.
Thank you, Commissioners. Beginning with Proclamation 2406, which is our WMA and public hunting area Proc seasons and bag limits. Just to remind you, I'm going to review a few new regulations and an amended regulation for statewide WMA regulations that will include all WMAs, and then have some individual WMA regulations. Again, there's many, but they're for simplification and adding consistency on a statewide basis, and also increasing our opportunity where we can on our WMAs. So the amended proclamation, we've always had a regulation that prohibits the placement of food or feed or grain on a WMA to attract wildlife. We simply want to add salt products, minerals, and other consumable natural manufactured products to this regulation. We did have about 17 or 18 people that commented on this this past month with split input for and against. The duck blinds, we've reviewed these list of tiers every other year. We do not recommend any changes for this season. For new regulations and as we've reviewed a lot of our WMA individual regulations, these are where we came up with a few new ones that we could be more consistent and cover every WMA statewide. And first one is all dogs, if you're not hunting, to have them on a leash or otherwise restrained. And also to, unless it's otherwise stated, furbearers may be taken on any scheduled big game or small game hunt with a legal weapon type for that scheduled hunt, and hunting dogs would be prohibited there. Something we did not present in March, but I want to bring this up, the next two slides, for clarification. Currently in the statewide big game proclamation, there's 18 counties scattered across the state that are closed to fall turkey hunting. These are the counties. If the new statewide big game proclamation is adopted, these counties will now be open to the fall turkey season. Along with these counties, we had several WMAs that were closed due to that regulation, to that county closure. You can see a list of those WMAs on the screen. Again, if the new statewide turkey season is adopted, these WMAs will be open for a fall turkey season. Just wanted to make that clarification from last month. Moving into the regions, we've got several recommendations for individual WMAs. First one, though, includes several WMAs that want to set a standard non-quota turkey hunt range of dates. These WMAs do not include other WMAs that already have quota hunts or other restrictions, but it's going to make a lot more WMAs similar to each other having the same season. And it will be a 4-week season, the opening day of the spring season until the fourth Sunday. One bearded turkey toward the statewide bag limit and no fall season. These are the WMAs included. Barkley, Big Sandy and Gin Creek, Camden, Cypress Pond, etc. But also the recommendation would close, again for consistency, the fall turkey season on the WMAs listed at the bottom: Ernest Rice, Horns Bluff, John Tully, Moss Island, Parker Branch, South Fork, Thorny Cypress, and Tigrit. We will not have any deer or turkey quota hunts this next year at Milan Volunteer Training Site due to some problem in logistics with the Army National Guard. White Oak, we recommend an open to statewide deer season. Currently, it's archery only after Thanksgiving. Our new area, Holly Fork Creek Refuge in Henry County, we want to have 2 youth deer hunts for youth 16 years of age or younger that are Tennessee residents, and they've never harvested a deer. The dates will be October 26th and 27th, and then the very next weekend in November, with the first weekend in November. Bag limits would be same as statewide for those 2 hunts. President's Island, we want to increase the deer quota from 30 to 50 hunters for the archery hunts. They have 2 per year, one in October, one in December. Also, we want to recommend restricting access to quota permit holders only on that property when it's scout day or hunt day at the request of the landowner, who's the Port Authority there in Memphis. Tumbleweed WMA create a quota turkey hunt similar to Natchez Trace, Chickasaw, and Wolf River, which is 2 hunts per week, first part of the week and the last part of the week, for a total of 12 hunts. We'll have 12 persons at Tumbleweed for the quota, which is 1, and the bag limit is 1 bird that counts towards statewide bag limit. Moving to Region 2, individual WMA changes for Bear Hollow, increase the antlerless bag limit to coincide with the statewide limit. Currently, it's 1 deer per day, 1 antlerless deer per day. Cheatham Lake, remove the fall turkey quota of 50, and it's a 2 or 3 day hunt, I believe, to a statewide season. Haynes Bottom, clarify language that prohibits the activities around waterfowl blinds to be more consistent with our other WMAs. Also at Haynes and Shelton Ferry, allow shotgun or muzzleloader during the young sportsman's hunt, which is currently now archery. We want to remove the night hunting and dog training restriction at night for headwaters. And also at Old Hickory Unit 2, prohibit the use of centerfire rifles. That would make that area similar to Percy Priest WMA as well. We do have some safety concerns there. For Laurel Hill, want to recommend a statewide trapping season and also allow that dog training at night, similar to Headwaters. Open waterfowl season, same as statewide, except for the existing regulation, which is waterfowl season open the last 2 weeks at Laurel Hill Lake. The 2 changes we got are on this weeks until the Thursday before the young sports hunt. Now, most years this would only add 1 week unless there's 5 Saturdays in September. Then it would be it would add 2 weeks to the season. So most years it's only a 3-week archery season. In some years, and those are 2 years consecutively on the 7th year. Every 7th year, you'll have 2 years where you actually have a 4-week season. And then also for our young sportsman's hunt and our December quota hunt, increase the bag limit to 2 deer, only 1 antlered. The second change from March is to recommend a closed fall turkey season. We do have a regulation where horseback riders, in rule, that horseback riders are not allowed during big game hunts. This is consideration to allow them some more time on that WMA. Lastly, allow the small game hunting during the archery season to be less restrictive for small game hunters there. Percy Priest, we currently have a regulation for field trial permit holders that they are allowed to train 72 hours before and after a field trial event. Our new proposal or recommendation would be to allow training for only 24 hours before and after the event. We've talked a lot with the Field Trial Association there around Percy Priest, and they are in support of this. We also, through a partner request, want to recommend allowing use of ATVs in 2 designated areas on Percy Priest for retriever dog training. Prior to this recommendation, they could pretty much use the whole area. This does allow them to use the areas most popular around the ponds and the water areas, and also just another field separated out to accommodate the number of people. Williamsport move the crow season to statewide, but remove the state positions requirement for dove hunting. Also make the archery season same as statewide, except close the day before young sportsman's hunts. I think there's 2 young sportsman's hunts there at Williamsport. Moving to Region 3, for Bridgestone Firestone, increase another week, add another week of muzzleload season to align same as statewide muzzleloader season. Also at Bridgestone, recommend establishing a 4 one-day quota hunts in December and January. The quota will be 1 person, but they can add up to 2 additional hunters to go along with them to accompany each other on that hunt. We have a bag limit of 3. We do recommend closing hunting earlier in the day at 3 p.m. Those hunt areas will be restricted from other users, other non-hunters on those hunt days. And no individual may hunt more than once per season. On Catoosa, recommend OHV permitted only from 4th Saturday in August to the 2nd Sunday in June. It's been a long-standing regulation, but it's only been in the hunting guide, not in the proclamation. The youth turkey hunt will be the same as a statewide turkey season opener, and then the turkey season on Catoosa opens the next week for 4 consecutive weeks. Also, the change in the second muzzleloader quota hunt to a gun quota hunt with no change in bag limits or number of hunters. The new area, Catoosa Ridge Refuge, have some specialty hunts there. Small game will be same as statewide, except it begins the first Saturday in December. Rabbit and woodcock season will only, and dog training rather, and for pointing breeds only will be open Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday only. Trapping December 15th to the end of February. We don't have quail hunting there just yet, I will say. And also we recommend closing these small game hunts during the Catoosa WMA deer quota hunts. For Looper Mountain, we currently have no regulations for OHV on that WMA to be just like Catoosa. They're managed under the same group of staff. OHV permitted the fourth Saturday in August through the second Sunday in June. At Oak Ridge, we want to reduce the deer quota permits by 250 per hunt, period. That includes 3 hunts per period. We've had a loss of area to hunt of huntable acres, and our partner there, the U.S. Department of Energy, supports this change. Moving to Region 4, I've got a list there of WMAs for Buffalo Springs, archery equipment only during the statewide deer seasons, and shotgun only during the small game and turkey seasons. For Forks of the River, make our youth dove field the same as the other dove fields on that area, which is align those together the September 1 at noon, the next Saturday, Labor Day, and then from then be open the remainder of the statewide season. For North Cumberland and Cove Creek, we have turkey season, same as statewide, except the bag limit would be 1 bearded turkey the first 2 weeks of the season or 14 days, not to exceed 2 birds for the entire season. Also at North Cumberland, we've always had a blaze orange requirement, but we've missed the exceptions of blaze orange safety zones, or if you're a waterfowl, orange on the orange on during our deer hunts. Now we're just adding our elk seasons to this regulation. On North Cherokee, we're recommend opening archery bear season the first Saturday in October and running concurrent from that point to the statewide season. This would add 4 days of bear archery season on the North Cherokee. For Rankin, allow wild hogs to be taken during the deer and turkey seasons with any hunting device legal for those seasons. Wrapping up with Odie Mills Refuge, we want to move the deer scout days to the Saturday before the hunts, scheduled hunts. Currently, it's the Monday before. And also move our Young Sportsman's Archery Deer Hunt to the second Saturday and Sunday of November instead of the first Saturday and Sunday. With that, I'll turn it back over to the commission and for public comment.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Akins. Just a lot of work went into that. The staff was really intentional and a lot of detail, really appreciative. Do we have a motion to, I'll motion we move that to the floor for discussion. Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and second. At this, we'll just ask for public comments. Anyone from the public want to comment on Proclamation 24-06? Seeing none, any committee, non-committee members would like to comment on this? Commissioner Cox?
Wally, on Old Hickory number 2, you changed it, no rifles, and I understand muzzleloader only. Did you consider allowing shotgun slow? Would you consider that?
I think it is in that recommendation. That's considered a center fire.
Okay. I noticed on Holly Fork, and you referenced Buffalo Ridge, that hunts are controlled by the events manager. Does that mean that you don't have to proclaim each hunt throughout the year, that they can add or take away hunts as the opportunity presents itself?
No, sir. We do have to put the dates of these hunts in the proclamation. The Wild Turkey Federation is a partner and a cooperator. They've been involved in this area for years, and they are going to host, if you want to use that word, host those hunts. And that's why we're not going to go through our normal quota procedure, but use those hunts, apply an events manager, and then they will be individually selected to hunt.
Well, I'd ask the attorney, or Wally, you may know, and I've asked this before, is there not some way that, with Buffalo Ridge especially, that for the outreach and the R3, if they have an opportunity sometime during the year, or a youth hunt gets rained out and they could move it to the next weekend, is there not some way that we don't have to proclaim every hunt, that if the opportunity comes or they need it, they could establish one? Is that not allowed in the law, or could we do that? If you don't know, come back later.
That is something that we have discussed. I believe that would be a permissible delegation from the commission. I know that I would want alternative rain out dates provided to make sure that we're comfortable, that you all know we're approving 4 dates. Hopefully one of those actually worked. But we have not contemplated that question in this proclamation though.
Okay.
It's a good question though.
Thank you.
When we have other, maybe in proximity of that area, we do try to accommodate whenever we can. Sorry about that.
Do the horseback riders have to buy a permit to do that?
They are required to buy a high impact conservation permit.
Okay. Are the OHVs already allowed on Looper Mountain? Are they already there?
They're well established on Looper Mountain.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
It seems like Rankin allowing hogs to be taken during deer and turkey goes against what the policy is about sport hunting hogs. Is it not?
Our policy is we do not have a hunting season for wild hogs or
Right.
feral hogs.
Right.
We do allow the take of hogs incidental to other seasons. Mostly time that's deer season. So we just included
So
Rankin.
that's already statewide.
No, sir, just on select WMAs. Catoosa is one, North Cherokee's and South Cherokee.
Okay, but that doesn't. Why would we do that and take a chance on them putting hogs in there? Because they don't run dogs. Is it just incidental?
maybe-
You don't think it'd be a problem?
If it's okay, I could defer to John Mike for explanation.
I mean, that's sport hunting hogs has kind of been our leadership in the country about getting rid of hogs
Mhm.
and doing away with them. So I just wonder if that's
John Mike, Region 4 Wildlife Program Manager. As Wally mentioned, on areas where we have hogs, we're trying to trout, or we have adjoining landowners that are having problems. If the hogs are already there, we've been trying to set up not seasons, but incidental take during deer seasons. And that's what we're having at Rankin. We already have that established at North Cumberland. Trying to think some of the others. Foothills, where we have hog populations. Yeah, there's always a fear of that. I won't say that won't happen, but right now those landowners that adjoin Rankin they have exemption permits, and basically those hogs are running on Rankin. So we're trying to keep pressure on both sides.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I just wonder if that's a danger of promoting dropping off hogs like you.
We have a few people that call every year, and we make it very clear there's not a hog season, that this is an animal that's a nuisance, and while it's there, you can have opportunity to take it while you're deer hunting.
Yeah.
And it's under those restrictions of deer hunting. No dogs, nothing like that is allowed.
Right. And that's where the problem comes in when you start.
That's where the
putting dogs-
problem comes in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Cox, you finished? You good?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
all right. Mr. Blue?
I was just going to ask, have we not had experiment or a small county section of 2-3 counties where we had a hog season at one time?
Well, years ago, we did have hog seasons on a lot of WMAs.
Right.
I think that ended in 2014. I may be wrong about that. Other than allowing incidental take during deer season, we do have a hog removal season on Catoosa WMA in December. And
It's a
Skinner
draw-
Mountain.
It's a draw hunt.
No, sir. It's an open hunt, and Skinner Mountain as well.
Open mountain. Okay.
But Wally, we've got a dog hunting season in Overton County and maybe one or two others.
So if yes, those are experimental counties open. There's
That's
on the
what you're
Cumberland
talking
Plateau.
about.
Yes, sir. Okay. Misunderstood.
So
your
how's
question.
that experiment going? Have they eradicated the hogs like they promised?
No, sir. I don't think we do have numbers from exemption permit holders. I can't quote those numbers. I think they killed a high number, more than counties that do not have that.
Yeah, and I'm in West Tennessee, and I have 2 calls from people that were totally against it and, wanted that program cut out. I mean, does the agency think that's been a beneficial deal, or something we need to cease and desist, or?
For the exemption permit
No, for
holders
the-
or for the experimental?
Experimental
Counties
hunts
up above
right.
Cookville up there, whatever they are.
I don't know if I could answer that question.
I've had emails from landowners and phone calls from landowners in those counties complaining about the hog that has not worked, and they're running hogs and tearing the fences up, and the hog population is bad or worse than it was before they started.
Right.
And I know how that got started, and I won't name names, but the agency was opposed to it, and the chairman wanted to get it done, so it got done. In my opinion, it needs to be closed. And I don't know if we can do that tomorrow or what y'all might. And we can talk about it later if you want to. But
If I'm thinking correctly, I believe that would involve a rule change. I think those counties are listed in rule. Am I correct?
would you check that?
Yes,
I think
sir.
it's a proclamation.
Commissioner, if I might add, one, that there's not a season in those counties. It's part of the depredation program where those counties had that experimental allowance for the use of dogs. And we are working on the hog exemption permit program, looking at those issues.
Because it's not working. Correct.
That like Wally mentioned, they're not killing any more hogs in those counties using dogs than in other counties
Right.
that have depredation issues.
Yeah, thank you.
To address Commissioner Cox's concern, is there not a prohibition in place for movement of hogs? You can't introduce hogs anywhere. So, is not our LEs allowed to cite that situation if it occurs or if they see it? I thought so, yeah. Well, yeah, but now that's like anything else, so.
Yeah, but it's not. Spread them. That's how they got spread all over the state. So that's my concern.
Do we have any more non-committee discussion? Can we move to committee discussion on Proclamation 2406? Any discussion?
I noticed in the first slides, where you're opening fall turkey season, and the 18 counties that never had one, and on the WMAs, are y'all comfortable there's enough birds on them WMAs to support that?
So most of the WMAs in Region 1 have already a regulation for no fall turkey season. With this new change, this would involve only 3 WMAs in Region 1. All the rest, if I'm not mistaken, will have a closed fall season. So the 3 would be Bogota, Meeman Shelby Forest, and Eagle Lake Refuge. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. So those are the only 3 now that will have an open fall season in Region 1.
And that's all going to be if we go with the statewide fall turkey season, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Any further committee discussion before we vote? Commissioner Butt, would you activate your microphone? Do you have a question?
I'm sorry.
Clarification, I've just asked him, in Region 2, that Laurel Hill was included in that no fall
Yeah.
season, which I think that was a recommendation.
So previously, Laurel Hill was included to have an open season, but we recommend to close that fall season. And I might add too, over the last years, we've only killed a maximum number of 21 birds on our WMAs statewide in the fall. So it's pretty small harvest on a statewide level.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, committee members, are we ready to vote on 2406? Any further comment? All those in favor of 2406 as presented, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, we'll move 2406 for consideration tomorrow by the full commission. Okay, I believe at this time we'll call Assistant Chief Mark McBride to present Proclamation 24-08, taking of raptors for falconry.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we're going to ease into this. We'll start with Proclamation 2408. This is taking of raptors for falconry. So this is real specific to those individuals in our state that practice falconry. And we worked with that group. This was a request that came from them to change some of our rules about when they can take raptors from the wild. So there's really two changes here. I'll go through the first. It would be to allow the take of nestling raptors, what they called ISs, from May 1st through July 31st. That would extend the period 1 month. Currently, they have to stop taking those on June 30th. So that would just be that they could capture some of these species that are later nesters. And then the second amendment here is to allow passage birds to be taken year round with the exceptions noted there below. The first is American kestrels may be taken August 15th through January 14th, and great horned owls may be taken August 15th through October 31st. So with that, I'll throw it back to you, Chairman, for public comment and committee discussion.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Mark McBride. We have any non-committee discussion or questions? Oh, thank you, sir. Any public comment? Anyone from the public would like to comment on Proclamation 2408? All right. See none. Let's move to non-committee comment. Anybody have anything? All right, seeing none. Committee members, discussion for 2408? Okay, we'll move that to vote. Proclamation 2408, all those in favor as presented by the agency signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, we'll move 2408. Consideration within the full commission tomorrow. All right, Assistant Chief McBride, you're up again.
Yes, sir. So moving on, we're going to cover the migratory game bird hunting seasons and regulations. This is Proclamation 2409. So there's no changes from last year for season lengths and bag limits. The changes are just date changes to reflect the updated calendar for next year. So the season lengths and bag limits and dates all fall within the federal frameworks. So quickly, I'll just go over the crane season. Just a note here, the crane season always starts 60 days prior to January 31st, so we can go all the way to the end of that framework. There's no split allowed in the crane season. Dove season, this is the same structure that we always have, 3 phases, 15 bird bag limit. You can see the dates there. So really, the bulk of the discussion last time centered around the waterfowl season dates. So we put that proposal out. We had 249 comments from individuals on how they would like us to structure our duck season. And you can see there the 2 Saturday openers, which was option 2, was preferred by the public. Our Region 1 staff talked to some guides. They felt it was easier to sell a Saturday opener than a Thursday opener. So at this time, the agency is option 2, and then the second phase would start that following Saturday, December 2nd. So we would hunt all the way until January 31st. You can see the dates. Seasons would start here, including the youth and military. Public comment and discussion.
Perfect. Publicly comment on Proclamation 24-09. Okay, seeing none. Any non-committee member comments and discussion or questions? Commissioner Blue.
What? Hey, again, give me that. What's the agency's going to recommend on waterfowl season? You're going to say open it up the Saturday, Sunday after Thanksgiving, right?
We would open it the Saturday after Thanksgiving and run it for 4 days. So it would close Tuesday, December 3rd, I believe, and then
Open back up to 7th.
Open back up on the 7th. So
Okay,
that
so we
both
go
openers open on a
The
Saturday.
30th. Is that right? Yeah. 30th, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, that's different than what we've seen last month.
And then open back up the 7th.
So last month, the agency did not have a recommendation. We put up 3 different options. So the first option, really what we heard from the public was they want to go to the 31st. And there was 2 options within there. One would have opened the season. It would have opened the season Saturday after Thanksgiving and just been open Saturday and Sunday. And then the second phase would have opened Thursday. So we moved that Thursday and Friday to the end of the first 2 days so that the second phase could open on a Saturday.
Okay.
That's what we heard from the public.
Could you show the duck season the way it would have been if we did it like last year?
Yes, sir. I believe Joe's working on that.
While we're waiting on that, I need to interject. I failed to ask for a motion, so I'm going to move 24-09, and I'll need a second.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Now we can continue. Commissioner Childs?
So that is the current format that we've been in the last few years, Commissioner, on the screen right there.
And you're saying the public and the guides wanted it changed the other way. That was the
Yes, sir.
public
That seemed having 2 Saturday openers was preferred to this structure.
If I remember correctly, last year there was some negative feedback because we opened on a non-Saturday.
Yes, sir.
We opened on a
Yeah,
weekday.
yeah, we always hear that, and
Second.
I mean, it was fairly split with this feedback too. A lot of people do like the current format, but we did hear from a lot of folks again that 2 Saturday openers was preferable. And our Region 1 staff talked to some Reelfoot guides, I believe, and they said it's easier to sell that Saturday opener than a Thursday opener.
Were these guys talking to in the last month or two, or was that early in the year?
That was in the last few weeks, I believe.
Okay, because they told me different, the ones I
Okay.
talked to.
Yes, sir.
They called me, so I personally don't care, but a lot of them had already booked dates. I don't know how to handle this.
Between option 1 and 2, are there the same number of weekend days?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's really just a matter of Monday and Tuesday or Thursday and Friday of that same week.
Yeah, Commissioner Childers, I kind of heard the same thing about, everybody kind of thought we were, and that's what I like about some traditional opening season dates. Everybody knows when dove season is going to open up. Everybody knows when rifle season is going to open up. Everybody knows when the juvenile deer hunt is. If we go to the end of 30, open it up Saturday, Sunday after Thanksgiving, then back it up from January 31st. Obviously next year, hopefully, with the renegotiation with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, we should have a lot more room but I think it's good to have tradition and dates and simplify it where everybody knows when it's going to be.
Chairman, Friday, second hunt, people that scheduled to hunt, and I know I've talked to 3 or 4 myself, and we gain nothing by changing it except making confusing. So I personally would recommend going the same way it was last year, 2, and then starting and going through.
So your preference would be option 1. Could you show option 1 one more time?
Yeah, that's personal, and I see no gaining in the hunting either way. That way, I'm just afraid of the heartache it could create for people, guides especially, that are already booked, because they done got half their money.
Commissioner Davenport?
Mark, can you tell us, the public comment was they preferred 2 Saturdays as openers. Could you kind of summarize the public comment for the benefit of the committee and the commission?
Yes, sir. So we had 249 comments. Again, it's hard to count these comments because some people just say, looks good, I support. But when we did the summary, option 1, it pulled out option 1 and 2. People want to go to the 31st. So we dug into it and read each one of those individual comments and kind of tried to get a bigger picture of how folks felt. And it was clear that 2 Saturday openers from the folks we heard from there was preferred over option 1.
Right. So Commissioner Childers, I think what Mark's saying is the public comment preferred option 2. I'm indifferent to it. And I acknowledge that precedent matters, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Butt.
I'm not an avid duck hunter, but from all the discussion and comments that we've had previously about resting days and different things, it appears to me that what's on the screen would make more sense when you open on Saturday and hunt through Tuesday and have 3 days before the Saturday opener, that you might have a better hunt Saturday and Sunday than if you started on Thursday. That's just observation.
My opinion, I'm an avid waterfowler, and my opinion is if people are used to hunting those days and they're taking off those days, they're going to get 3 rest days either way. And it's really, a duck hunter, he lives, 9 months a year to hunt for 3 months. So I don't know that that's really going to matter. If they're used to hunting on Thursday versus Saturday, it makes no difference to me.
I think what we'll do, yep. I think what we'll do is just based on this discussion, is any other public comment? We'll give you one more opportunity. And seeing none, Commissioner Childers, if you'd like to offer up an amendment, because the agency recommendation is option 2. If you would like to open up or bring forth an amendment to change to option 1, we'd certainly be willing to hear that. Your discretion.
I make a amendment. We move to option 1 and talk about this more. Unless you have a great argument for how it's better.
No, I'll second that and we'll move it to discussion. Just personally, I had some calls, from guys expecting us to do what we did last year and we might or might not, and it was worrying them because they already had clients booked. So I really want to hear, I've heard yours. I'd love to hear Commissioner Blue's, but I'm in agreement with Commissioner Davenport. I think waterfowlers are going to start when we start. This doesn't take any weekend days away, which was one of the gripes last year. Option 1 still gives a split of 3 days before.
Also supporting option 1.
All right. We have any
Chairman Wright, I would concur with Brad and Wally on the tradition of what we've done the last several years, 1, and then 2. The key thing, I think, most waterfowler hunters have unanimously said we go to January 31st. As long as we go to 31st, we're going to be all right. Change it up next year, maybe, when we get this new structure.
I got a quick comment. I don't care one way or the other because y'all the duck hunters. But next year, if they open the contract and we can change it and have 2 2 splits, thank you. Then I would suggest that the guides and the outfitters not book their hunt until after we set the season. Otherwise, we'll never be able to change the season setting. So it don't make any difference to me what you do. I thought the Saturday was what comments I got, liked it, but I don't really care about that. I just think the danger of making the reason is because they book the hunts. If they book them every year, then we'll never be able to change the duck season.
Thank you. You have anything? Any other committee members have comments on the amendment? Commissioner Childers' amendment was to move to option 1. So he was amending Proclamation 2409 for the option 1 of the waterfowl season. And Mary, we'll have a roll call on this, please. And we're ready to vote.
Hank Wright,
Yes.
Rhonda Moody. Yes. Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Wally Childress. Yes. Stan Butt,
Yes.
Brad Box,
Yes.
Chairman Wright. That is all ayes.
Excellent. Unless our council advises me otherwise, I think we'll move to vote on Proclamation 2409 as amended. We have any further comments? Okay, this can be a voice vote for 2409 as amended by Commissioner Childress. All those in favor, state aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Or none. 2409 will be referred to the full commission tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. I'm not ready for a break, but the chairman is.
No,
So
I'm not. I thought
I'm just kidding. Let's take a 10-minute break if everyone could be back at about 3:12.
Great success story for our state.
Yeah. Well, Ed, so you probably got a chance to release some of those deer and release some of those turkeys and be a part of some of that in your career.
I did. It was so good because it spilled across every division in the agency. It didn't matter which division you were in. You could go trap turkeys because you're always short of people. So that, we released turkeys sometimes in places we didn't mean to, but anyway, we moved deer, we moved turkey, and it is amazing because it was such a great effort on everybody in the agency. And I never saw a deer in the wild in my life until I moved to Middle Tennessee and saw some of those. And then the turkeys, of course, they have really responded. And it's been great.
That's cool that you mentioned that, because even today, I mean, folks are jumping out there and helping. Like we had the NAS tournament a couple weeks ago, and
all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. People are volunteering to help do that scoring and thing. And then you got the turkey trapping where they're banding
to help on busy weekends.
The deer season years ago was a huge deal, and people. I remember even our maintenance people were pulled in on those weekends to help work those areas because we were so shorthanded. Everything from the checking stations that you used to have to take your deer to and check it in. And that was a huge effort. And even college kids would come in and help. So yeah, it really is an all hands on deck type thing in a lot of situations. And boating was the same way.
And during those times, or those early times, there weren't green trucks with nice logos on the side either. There were in 10.8, we'll see that there's a 59 Chevy with tail fins that are like at least 6 feet long on each side. You can picture, you got a mental. Okay. We got a picture of that we need to show.
Yeah.
And nobody had agency vehicles hardly at all. There were a few for specific things, but about all you had was your car and a radio, and the radio, the box that went to the radio literally was about this big and took up most of your trunk.
Wow.
And it was quite, and then you had to dial as you went across the state. There were towers. You had a telephone dial on your dashboard, and you'd dial whatever tower you were going to. Well, nobody told me how to use that radio. I'd go across the state, and I thought you had to dial it to get to be able to talk. Well, I didn't have to say anything, but I wanted to listen, so I'd dial it in. People going, somebody keeps opening these towers and never says anything. So, oh, I thought you had to do that. And, oh, no. But anyway, that was about the only communications. There weren't any cell phones, and you had to go to a payphone for the most part anywhere on the road that you could find one. If you didn't have a dime or a quarter, you're out of luck. So
yeah, wow. So you had your own car, an issued radio, an issued firearm, I guess, a sidearm, and then a badge, pretty much.
That was, yeah. And then even the uniforms then were pretty much, you had one uniform. I noticed in the movie too, everybody wearing ties, for years and years, you had to, if you wore a long sleeve shirt, you had to wear a tie. It didn't matter if you were doing enforcement or sailing a pond or whatever you're doing, you had that tie on.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And then everybody looked forward. There was one date and it kind of moved, but generally around April the 1st, you switched from long sleeves to short sleeves and you didn't have to wear a tie. And everybody's going, come on, April 1st.
So when you started, Jason, probably didn't have cell phones either, did we? Or did you have a cell phone? Did you have communication like that?
We didn't have agency phones, but they were really new. The bag phone.
The bag
was really
phones, yeah.
popular then,
Oh, yeah.
But we did not have those as agency employees.
Right. So you probably had a truck and a radio, and
We had,
maybe a few more changes of clothes.
well, we did. We had good uniform allotment, but we started out with truck radios, and then we evolved into the handheld radios that our officers use now a lot out in the field.
Yeah. Yeah. The technology has definitely changed.
Definitely better.
Yeah, the blue lights and sirens, all those weren't issued things. So if you had them, you put them on your car yourself. And everybody was issued a little bubble blue light.
Oh, yeah.
I could use a little bitty thing. And one guy who became our chief enforcement later had a Volkswagen Bug. That was his car. And he put that little bubble on top of the Volkswagen Bug, and it looked like a pimple on a pimple. Anyway, that was kind of a different way. But Gary Myers started that movement to get people into agency vehicles. And it was good because it's not cost effective in most cases. I remember tearing the transmission out of one of my vehicles, pulling one of our bigger boats. I came in, I said, "Hey, I tore my transmission out." And they went, "Boy, that's sad."
That's too bad.
That was it.
Oh, wow.
Gosh,
So I
yeah.
went and found enough money to fix my transmission. But anyway, it was
Yeah.
different.
Definitely. And now, I mean, our officers, they have the body cams and our biologists are out there with the tools they need to do their work. And it's just a lot has changed over the years, but all for the good.
It has. I mean, our officers are well equipped. Our officer is the most diverse officer in the state. We are very well trained as officers. Unfortunately, we have to do a lot of things like boating accident investigation, and we've got a lot of new tools that we actually have a lot. Fortunately, but just to be able to be equipped with those things is very nice and helps us a lot in those investigations.
Yeah, definitely. But those officers and our biologists are still going out, sharing the message of what the agency does, talking with school groups, and just like they did back in the day, and things really haven't changed that much, other than maybe the technology, and the mission's still the same. It's
our message about buying a license,
yeah,
so we can do our work, is still in place.
Yeah, we were looking back over some old commercials that Minnie Pearl and Tom T. Hall and some of those guys are doing for us back in the day, and it's the same message that we're pushing out today.
Yeah, and over the years, so many things have changed, and unfortunately, in some cases, I think, but the old has, I guess, a generic name, the mom and pop grocery stores and mom and pop little stores on the way. A lot of work was done inside those, talking to the people, putting a message out, exchanging information, and now it's hard to find one of those. So that role of the officer, biologist, whomever, that used to be a big part of just meeting with people and being involved in local community activities. And sometimes that's even hard now because taking your metropolitan areas of Memphis and Davidson, Knox, you get into those counties and it's hard to find those little niches that everybody knows you. And at one time, there's only one officer per county in a lot of places, and some places that hadn't changed yet, but people had to move to different spots all over to get the work done. And that still goes on.
I know for our folks, it's kind of a blessing and a curse, but there are instances that, hey, you work for TWRA, I got a question for you, and that happens all the time, doesn't it?
It does. If I can tell one quick story.
Yeah.
That goes on anywhere you go. That kind of thing happens. I'd been working all day, and it was our anniversary, so my wife and I were going to meet for supper. So we go out and we meet at this little restaurant, sitting there, and this guy comes up and starts doing that, asking questions and talking, and which is fine. But after a while, I'm going, well, this is our anniversary. We're to see motions, and moves my wife over and sits down with us. And then he starts asking. I said, well, I appreciate this. But we're trying to, have a little. He said, you're not bothering me. So eventually he left and we finished our supper. But that happens all the time.
Yeah, you can't go to a grocery store or a gas station or something like that, and it's a good chance you're going to get stopped.
Yeah,
and ask questions, which we're good with that. I got stopped at the grocery store this past weekend. I was happy to answer the question, found the answer for the guy, and
they appreciate it, and
they do.
In a lot of ways, it shows how many people really like the wildlife species and the wildlife agency. It gives you a chance to interact.
Exactly.
Sure. Well, let's touch on the I&E turned into communications, and now we have the R3 and outreach division. And you talked about the earlier fairs and going out and doing the live animals. Now we're still going to fairs here. Wilson County Fair, now the State Fair. We're big presence there, big presence out at the what's the fair out in East Tennessee?
Appalachian.
Yeah,
Epic Gray
Fair.
Gray Fair. Yeah. So we're still in those fairs and doing things like that. But I thought maybe Jason, you could touch on the R3 efforts and the changes that you're seeing in your leadership here now, where
Sorry, welcome back. I'll turn it back over to Chairman.
Assistant Chief Mark McBride for Proclamation 2410 presentation.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. All right. So we're going to get into the statewide big game hunting seasons and bag limits. This is Proclamation 2410. So we'll start with bears. I'll go through just a high level kind of summary of what we heard from the public. We'll go into our recommendations, and then we'll do the same for deer and turkeys. So this is a slide showing what our proposed additions are going to be to the bear seasons. I'll go through those in a second, but first we just wanted to acknowledge the public comment that we got. We heard from 121 individuals. Overall, their support for the new opportunities that we proposed back in March. There was some divergent opinions on the use of dogs, which we kind of expected. And we do want to note there was interest in using dogs on some of the bear hunt zone for public lands. But at this time, the agency still wants to start conservative, see what harvest looks like on the private land. And we've also got to look at WMAs where there's existing deer hunts and where in the future we could possibly fit in bear dog hunts on some of those bigger public lands. So I'm just going to walk through all of our recommendations now. So for Bear Hunt Zone 4, which encompasses the plateau, we're proposing adding a 2-day gun hunt where dogs would be allowed. This would be on private land only, and it would occur the first weekend in December. And we're also proposing to add bears to the young sportsman hunt in Bear Hunt Zone 4. This would be the last weekend of October. We're proposing creating Bear Hunt Zone 5. This would consist of Hancock and Hawkins County. We would have a 2-day gun hunt there. No dogs would be allowed. It would occur the first weekend in December on private lands only. And we would also add bears to the young sportsman hunt the last week of October there in Bear Hunt Zone 5. And then finally, we are proposing adding a 14-day spring training season to Bear Hunt Zone 1, 2, and 3. It would begin the Saturday after Memorial Day, so the following weekend, that Saturday, and it would run 14 days thereafter. It would occur on private lands only. So I've got to go. Sorry. I'm going to go through all the species here. So before I get into deer and turkeys, I do just want to kind of walk through all the public input we got again and how much we've heard from the public, and we're considering all of this input. And that doesn't even take into consideration, we're talking to folks at gas stations. We're talking to our Region 1 CWD staff who are spending hours and miles on the ground in processors, in taxidermists, talking to hunters. So back in October, when we really kicked off our new adaptive harvest management, our new framework for deer and turkeys, we put specific questions out to the public. We had some public meetings, and we got over 10,000 comments from 1,600 individuals there. And we use that input to help us develop our final packages, the final suite of regulations that we can choose from this new framework that we're going into. In December and January, as Joe mentioned earlier, we had just our general open comment period. There's no sideboards on this. We just say, hey guys, tell us what you're thinking. So there's a wide variety in the comments we receive. A lot of them may not be directly applicable to season setting. People want to see more habitat on WMAs, or the agency push for more habitat on private land, stuff like that. Good input, but maybe not directly applicable to season setting. We had really good engagement there. You can see the numbers, 5,800 individuals, over 8,000 comments. And then lastly, we solicited input on the proposals that we previewed in March. And we specifically wanted comments on those proposals. What do you think of them? And as you'll see many times, there's no clear consensus, right? So we've got all this input. We're never going to make everyone happy. We know that. So we try and balance everything that we hear from the public, keep things simple, and come up with regulations that are biologically sound, but also meet as much of our stakeholder desires as we can. And so March, overall, there was support for our proposals. And one thing that we really liked is the summary. A lot of people comment that they like to reduce complexity across the state. Highlighted a couple things to note. Most commenters, regulations and simplification of the units. We were really excited to hear that. You can see at the bottom, just another general statement. We support a data-driven approach. So obviously there was a lot of discussion at the March meeting about the unit CWD regulations. So we also wanted to see what the public felt about those. So we pulled out all the comments for individuals that live in unit CWD. That was 105 comments and 19 emails. We did a summary on those. We clearly opened a Pandora's box here. There's strong feelings on both sides of this issue. Some folks really like things the way they are. Other folks want to go back to the way things were. So again, I pulled up kind of a summary here. Many hunters want unit CWD regulations to stay the same. Others support returning to the pre-CWD regulations and seasons. There's mixed opinions. And we kind of knew that as we started after the focus groups and we started getting input and talking to folks. Yeah, there's strong feelings on both sides. So we wanted to again, just provide a tiny bit of data. I'm not going to belabor this point, and then just talk about our why we're making our final recommendation. So you can see here, this is the number of successful hunters in unit CWD, and that red line there is actually Fayette and Hardeman counties. So we pulled Fayette and Hardeman County out of the other 12 counties to see if what was occurring there as really the core of CWD, if that was dragging those numbers down. And it's, the number of successful hunters has certainly gone down in those counties, but you can see there with the remaining 10 counties, there's also, it's kind of a slow and steady decline with the number of hunters. There's some variation, so it does jump up from some years, but overall the trend is kind of downwards. When we pull out the remaining 83 counties across the state and look at that same trend through the same time period, you can see it pretty much stays consistent. We don't see this same kind of slow decline as we do in that core area. So we're kind of recommending this strategy shift for CWD. So this initially started when we started talking to our focus groups in the public and hearing, hey, just make it the same as the state. So we did this data review. We looked at the unit CWD harvest. It's kind of going down. It's bouncing around a little bit, but generally trending down. And as I presented before, we pulled out the deer per hunter averages to see, is hunter behavior changing? It's mostly staying the same. And the only way that can occur is if you're, losing hunters through time. And when we look at that harvest and what our goals were initially with these regulations to increase harvest, reduce densities in those areas, we're really not having an overall impact. Harvest is declining a little bit. Some years it's getting close to where it was traditionally, but overall it's a little lower. And one thing that really came out as we were talking to the public and some of our staff that work over there is, there's the optics of having a disease unit is really, I think, driving a lot of hunters to not want to hunt. There's a perception that it's overkill, and this is complex. It's changed a lot through the few years, but really that core idea of the optics of this being a disease unit is kind of turning people away from hunting in that area. So our new strategy is CWD's been here for a while now. It's going to continue being here. We need people to continue hunting. So we need to simplify regulations, kind of remove that sore thumb of a disease unit and say, hey, all the services, all the management is still the same on the ground. You can still get your deer tested. We still want people to remove deer, but we want to kind of remove the stigma and continue educating folks and pushing them out there to hunt. And part of that's going to be updating our messaging. It's clear our messaging could be improved. So folks understand we're really, this is not a wholesale shoot all the deer, but shoot a few more deer. We need to reduce density. It's going to make the deer population a little more disease resistant over there and slow the spread of CWD outward from those detections. So with that, our season proposals have not changed since March. I do want to make a note here. I misspoke in the March meeting, and we got a lot of comments on it, actually. I said that the statewide buck bag limit was 2, and you could only shoot 1 per unit, which was wrong. That was never the agency proposal. Both bucks from the statewide limit can be taken in the same unit. So that's unchanged from how it is currently. But you can see the recommendations there. Again, that's unchanged since March. So we can, I think, later come back to that and go more in depth if you guys want to discuss any of that. For now, we'll just get into turkeys. I'll do the same thing for turkeys. We'll talk about the public input we got, and then we've got some preliminary youth opener and adult opener harvest data to share, and then we'll go into the proposals. So we had 562 comments. Again, we had overall kind of support for our proposals, but it was clear that some respondents were interested in lowering the bag limit and certainly moving closer to a traditional start date of the Saturday closest to April 1st. So you can see there, I'll just run through these real quick, but same thing. Most commenters kind of support the changes, including the 3-bird bag limit. Others had a desire to open the season earlier and reduce bag limits further if needed. And so I wanted to point out, I think everyone here is aware that this year and last year's opening days for the youth weekend and the adult weekend have been great. Success has been really high. You can see that in the data there, well above the previous 4-year averages. However, we only have 1 year of data with the statewide delay. It doesn't appear that harvest was way higher than our statewide average. This probably represents just a shift. People have very successful opening day hunts, and it shifts a lot of that harvest earlier in the season. But we're going to continue looking at that after we have this full season's data. Okay, so we just wanted to touch on some considerations and why we landed where we did with our proposal of the Saturday closest to April 7th. So with the later start, we know there's better youth hunting, there's higher success, there's better weather for the kids in a lot of years, there's more successful hunting for the adults. There's kind of some varying research findings on the benefits. And then we hear from a lot of the folks who want an earlier start date that it's more traditional, not only a sense of when we traditionally started, but more traditional turkey hunting with the increased gobbling and more interactive experience of calling and chasing birds around. So our proposal is to kind of meet in the middle. We're acknowledging, hey, there's some uncertainty in the current research, that whole body of evidence that's out there. When we worked with the focus groups and the public in our new turkey unit management framework, we heard a lot of the public felt like, yeah, this is acceptable. This is kind of a good balance of all those factors that are good with later starts and the factors that are good with earlier starts. So it kind of balances that success with gobbling, and it always ends the season before Memorial Day weekend. We did hear a lot of guys like, hey, that last weekend of the season runs into Memorial Day. That's pretty late. We got family obligations. So this allows more guys to get out there that final 6th week of the season. So here's our turkey proposals. Again, we've got 5 units now. 4 of those units from our on-ground data using a two bearded bird bag limit for there. Jakes would be allowed for anyone. The fall season would be open statewide. And so I want to make the note that, the statewide limit is 3, and birds can be harvested from any combination of those management units. However, a hunter may not exceed the bag limit in an individual turkey management unit. So that would really apply to the Northeast region with this current proposal. And then lastly, I've put the fall season framework up there. It would be the same that we have currently with 6 weeks of archery and 2 weeks of gun in there. The one change is that instead of being 1 bird per county, it would be 1 bird statewide for the entire fall as a bag limit. And it would apply to, again, all counties. So this would open a number of counties that have traditionally been closed for fall season. So with that, Chairman, I will throw it back to you for public comment and questions.
Thank you, Mark. Very well done. We appreciate your dissection and commentary. For Proclamation 2410, do we have anybody from the public that'd like to make comments or speak to the commission? If not, let's have non-commit. I'll move to motion Proclamation 2410 for discussion. We have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have non-committee member comment. Let's start this. Let's have our comments by section if we can. Is that okay? Regarding bear, do we have any non-committee comment on bear season? Okay, if none, we have a committee member comment on the bear season.
Hey, Mark, the opening the bear during the Young Sportsman, was that the Young Sportsman's deer hunt?
Yes, sir. So it essentially makes bear incidental during those deer hunts. So if they're out deer hunting and they see a bear, there would not be dogs. I should have clarified that. No dogs during that hunt.
That was my second question. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions about bear presentation? All right, let's move on to deer. Non-committee members, any comments on the deer season?
Hey, I just want to make sure I get this straight now. Unit or area 1 on the map, you said that's 17 counties. That's every county in, that's not every county in West Tennessee?
No, Unit 1, I believe, is 22 counties.
Okay, all right. I may
20
get
or
that mixed up.
21 or
22
20.
counties. Okay, and the Earn a Buck program would apply to all 22 counties in West Tennessee.
No, sir. So the proposal is that Earn a Buck would apply to those counties that have had a positive CWD detection.
Okay.
So that would be the 17 counties where they've had at least one positive detection.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, because I just personally, from what I've heard, from the input that I've heard from sportsmen, is, you know, the $2 limit that we currently have, everyone likes, you know, and they like that. And even some people want to take it to a $1 limit. You know, I'm not really in favor of that, but they are in favor of the $2 limit because of trophy deer. You know, we're killing bigger deer than we've ever killed before. And like in Henry County, for example, if we've only had 2 positive cases of CWD, why would we go to an Earn a Buck program where it may affect the trophy management of deer in Henry County, but yet you can kill 3 does a day, and we've still got targeted removal. We've still got all. I mean, you know, when I was sheriff, we ran at a later point in time, but you know, we always kept right around 200 deer processed. You know, I mean, what I'm saying is, I just don't think hunters are going to bag more deer than what we're, just like the data shows you. You know what I mean? So why would we want to do a program in Henry County when we've only got 2 cases that are positive that affect the quality of the deer that we're taking? When you kill 3 does a day, if you're wanting to.
Yes, sir. So that's really coming from the fact that because of how they move have a higher likelihood of contracting CWD. And so this is really a disease management tool for those folks that want to participate around positive detections where they can earn beyond their limit of bucks. We see the participation is low, but we want that added flexibility for those individuals to be able to target more bucks to help reduce that portion of the population that's most susceptible.
How many more bucks have been harvested through the Earn a Buck program in the last year or the year before in the CWD zone?
So the data that I have from, I think, the last 2 years, it was roughly 150 deer maybe across the entire 12
So
county
it's little
area.
nothing.
It's very small,
nothing.
which is why we're not concerned that it's going to drive down the age structure in these counties. But for those landowners that want to participate, it's there if they're concerned about CWD.
I got you. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Do we have other non-committee comment on deer? Okay, we'll open up committee members only, please, from this point forward. We've got a long discussion, I bet. Committee members like to comment on the deer portion of the Proclamation 2410.
All right, Mark, bear with me a minute. I'm going to kind of back way up, okay? As a commission and as an agency, our overarching purpose is to protect the resource and maximize opportunity for hunters. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to CWD, once a deer contracts the disease, it's fatal. It's terminal. They're going to die from it, right?
Yes, sir.
You can leave the mic on. and if we were to do nothing, the disease would spread to more and more areas of our state. Would you agree? You agree?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2018, which was before my time, the agency and the commission took a very aggressive approach, spent lots and lots of time and money, emergency rulemaking, frantically working with the Department of Ag and TDEC to figure out what to do with carcasses, built I was going to say a crematory, but an incinerator, and all sorts of other efforts to address this disease. Agree?
Yes, sir.
And last year, the agency prepared a multi-year CWD response and management plan. I think it was 80 pages. Key takeaways from that plan was, number one, responsible to avoid unintentional of the disease as possible with the combined efforts of individuals and agency personnel. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. I got a handout. This is our map of CWD. And would you agree with me that this is our epicenter?
Oh, yes, sir.
And if there was some way that you could encapsulate, say, this area right here and fully encapsulate it, that would slow the spread of CWD, right?
Yes, sir. With management at those locations outside of there.
But we can't totally encapsulate it. We can't put up a plastic wall. So the best tool we have is deer removal.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I know we've been given numbers that say that expanded opportunity hasn't increased average hunter harvest. I understood y'all to say.
Yes. In our data.
I personally question that because I live there and I know people are scared. They're worried. They're kind of dejected. I look at it sort of from a different perspective. I think y'all have done a great job in that through the expanded opportunity, you have at least maintained a level of harvest when it might otherwise have gone way south. And nobody thinks that if we tighten opportunity, obviously that's not going to increase harvest. You would agree?
I don't think it will increase average harvest per hunter, but our hope, our strategy is that by reducing some of the stigma and hopefully having it be more, people are more interested in hunting there. It's not so uninviting as it seems to be now, which is what we hear from the public, that more individuals will hunt in that area and thereby total harvest will go up.
You mentioned some details from the survey, but I looked at them for a long time. And when I tried to pull out the people that lived in Southwest Tennessee, and it seemed to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but it seemed to me that the overwhelming majority of those people favored maintaining the expanded opportunity.
For the March proposal.
Correct.
Period. So it's hard to count numbers. We looked at that and try to pull some numbers out because how do you count? Someone says looks good, support it. It's like, well, does that mean they agree with our proposal? So we try to just go with what we call substantive comments, which are people who outline more than yes, I agree, or no, I don't like it, or whatever else they have to say. And when we did that, I believe there was more individuals that said keep things the same, but it wasn't a vast majority. And I don't remember exactly what the numbers were. There's still a lot of individuals that felt this way, which we kind of anticipated because the motivation. This just got out there. All of a sudden, we started hearing from a lot of folks, keep things the same. And as I said earlier, we also talked to all of our Region 1 staff, our CWD staff, who they spend days at the processors. They're talking to taxidermists and hunters at the taxidermists. So we took their input, our wildlife officers, tried to get a complete picture. And this is a tough one, Commissioner. There's no doubt there's strong feelings and folks are split. And so ultimately the agency decided this is a long battle. We've got a long way to go into the future. What we're hearing now already after 5 and 6 years is people don't like our approach. They're giving up. What are they going to do after 10 years of this? So we're trying to kind of normalize it. It's there. We still want you to hunt. All the management services, all the services that the state are providing are still there. Let's keep people hunting. Try not to make as big a deal out of it, and get people comfortable hunting there again.
I tend to agree that maybe we don't call it CWD. I can't talk today. CWD zone. Maybe we call it Southwest Tennessee focus area or something that's a little more friendly. But based on all that we've talked about, I would propose and I would ask that I be allowed to make a motion that we amend and that we create a Southwest Tennessee focus area that includes this epicenter, and then the area we talk Hardeman, of course, Shelby, Tip, and McNary, and we maintain the existing season and expanded opportunities. And I would move that we amend accordingly.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
Second.
We have a second, open for discussion. Committee members, we'll restrict this to committee members, if that's okay. Any comments or discussion regarding Commissioner Box's amendment? All right, go ahead.
Brad, thanks for that description. Mark, how would you describe the level of effort and management between, say, Fayette and Hardeman, which I understand it's a dire situation in those two counties related to managing CWD, versus someone that hunts in Haywood County? As far as are we managing these rare positives, and we really need to stay with what the rest of the state's doing on seasons or the zone? And then could you kind of segue into if a property in one of these areas that's really not a high prevalence of CWD is in that zone, how hunters look at, how they view that? Is it viewed on it? And I guess you could kind of, how that would affect how people would lease or not lease properties in those areas.
All right, that was a lot. So clarify your first question, if you will, Commissioner. You asked about the difference in level of management between, say, Fayette and Hardeman and some of those surrounding counties. And is that theoretical management, like what ideal management would look like, or what hunters are currently doing, what the agency is doing?
Yeah, what the agency should do, say, in Haywood versus Hardeman or Fayette.
Yeah, I think Fayette and Hardeman density needs to reduce greatly. Right? I mean, I think there's some evidence that probably some areas in there are starting to see the impacts where there's not as many mature bucks on the landscape, which is kind of the first thing you'll see. Moving out into Haywood, yeah, well, I think socially the most palatable management is density reduction around those positives. To keep those isolated, keep the spread from, the disease from spreading outward. Additional hunting throughout the county is great. The a lot of these deer populations in West Tennessee are way over carrying capacity. I mean, there's some of them are 50, 60, 70 deer per square mile. They should be closer to 25 or 30. So even in areas outside, not very close to a positive location, just for general health of the deer, we'd like to see the density reduced. But from a disease management standpoint, it's only going to keep that prevalence lower for longer. And prevalence is what matters. We always hear folks talk about, well, it's been in so-and-so for 20 years and so-and-so for 50 years. How long it's been somewhere doesn't matter. What matters is what the prevalence is in the population. And once it gets to a certain prevalence where it's impacting, the young females in the population that are reproductive and they're not getting to reproductive age and able to add any more animals into the population, that's when you start to see declines. And that's one of the challenges of CWD is that it's not tomorrow, it's not next year, it's way down the road. So what we do now, we may not see the effects of for 15, 20 years.
I guess kind of my question was a little verbose, long-winded. Do you think that increased opportunities in labeling these counties as whatever, however you want to call it, CWD or not, will decrease people from wanting to hunt there?
I don't believe so. I think it's, the hope is that it kind of removes some of that stigma and folks are a little more likely to go there. If I'm a new hunter and I see.
What I meant was if we continue to label them, will that discourage people?
I believe so, as we continue to label them and more detections pop up. And that's something we were at the CWD symposium back in June, and it was managers from all around the country and a lot that had been dealing with CWD for a long time. And even those that had found some short-term success kept coming back to the same point, in that if you have success for 3 or 4 years, you quickly lose your social and political license for that success. So this is a long-term thing. It's easy for us to sit here and look at data 1 year to the next, but thinking out long-term, how do we keep people hunting? How do we keep people interested in hunting? The agency feels a subtle strategy shift here, not highlighting the disease as its own unit in its own area. But hey, it's out there. It's part of the landscape. It's going to continue to be part of the landscape. Shoot deer, get them tested, and as through that, revamp our messaging, find some more data-driven Tennessee-specific impacts that we've seen to help people understand how this impacts the population.
Thank you.
Chairman, would it be okay if we were to change the proposed name in Brad's amendment to Deer Management Unit 1, just so we're aligned with the names of the other units?
I will amend my motion accordingly.
Chairman. Any other committee members?
All right. So on this, if we was to stay in Unit 1 or whatever it's called, we had a positive CWD deer in March, April, May. What happens? What kind of rules? Say we have one in Madison County. The deer's tested, positive CWD. How does that change the rules for all of Unit 1?
It wouldn't, as far as the agency is concerned, it would not change the rules in that proposed unit.
So what you're saying is we don't all of a sudden go into say Jackson, because that's town right in the middle of it. It's positive CWD. There's not a different rule for any area there to address the positive before the season, like it was before. I guess what you're saying is we just live with the rules and that's what they are, unless we make this a separate unit.
Yes. So I think whether it's one unit or separate units, a positive detection would not change the regulations there. It would kick some of our current rules into effect, like the landowner's management permit and targeted removal, where landowners within 3 miles of that detection can get a permit to take deer.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Okay,
So
yeah.
it would actually change the rules. It just wouldn't be the official rule.
That's right. It wouldn't change the hunting season regulations, but all that same stuff would be in effect. We're not proposing changing any of those other management tools.
I've got a couple of comments. Bear with me. Thank you. Thank you for your amendment, Commissioner Box. About 5 years ago, we implemented a lot of these things when CWD was first detected, and the thing that I think we were aggressive. Everything was implemented in good faith. A lot of things, our testing protocols worked. An incinerator to properly dispose of carcasses is working. Spark treatment, one of our most effective tools, if not the most effective, is working. CWD permits within 3 years. We didn't just guess at the 3 mile radius. That's how far a biological doe unit would be contained within. Those are very, very effective. Carcass transport restrictions. Earn a buck was effective to a degree. Replacement bucks were effective to a degree. Feeding restrictions, so we don't congregate, were effective. But there were a couple of things we did do that did not work. And I remember Dr. Grove telling us that in other states that he'd been involved with, that they didn't work. And I remember thinking, well, Tennessee's different, it'll work. But it didn't work. We still kill about 1.85 deer per hunter. What's happened, because in my opinion, the optics of a disease unit or CWD is we've ruined or we're damaging recruitment. We have fewer hunters going out there. They're killing the same number of deer per hunter, but our decline in harvest is because we don't have as many hunters. And part of that we've done ourselves. Extending the season to January 31st, rifle season during archery, and rifle during muzzleloader didn't do anything. It didn't change the number of deer per hunter. He told us that, and I didn't believe him. So I apologize, Dan, if you're listening. So I do think that we're creating a decrease in future hunter recruitment and youth recruitment. And I think we're damaging the recreational component of land value by calling it anything different than an adaptive harvest management unit. I think CWD permits are just available by phone call. They're really easy to get. If you're within 3 miles of a positive deer, doe or buck, then you can get one. I think it's counterproductive to remove deer in these counties further than 3 miles from a positive, because you create a sink, and potentially when you create a lack of deer in an area, deer move in to fill that void. We want healthy deer to move in. We don't want to remove healthy deer and sick deer potentially move in. So I think the public should know that, if you've got a CWD on your property and you're in any of these outlying counties besides Fayette and Hardeman, it's important that you remove as many deer as you can within a 2 or 3 mile circle. You'll have deer again. Hopefully they're healthy, and hopefully you won't have a contaminated environment. But so deer removal, as Commissioner Box said, I think it is our best tool, but it's only our best tool when it's targeted to those sparks. It's a poor tool, an indiscriminate tool, and counterproductive, I believe, if we deploy it over a large area. And I think if we define a subunit, we're just going to have to keep adding counties to that unit. We're going to have to come back and adjust that. But with an adaptive harvest unit, I think it's proper sized, and I think the agency recommendations what I support. And the public support was for a simplified and unified system. So not a personal attack, Commissioner Box. Anytime we feel differently, it really bothers me because I think I'm usually wrong, but appreciate your perspective.
I want to clarify one point. I haven't tried to figure out the reduction in hunters and the number of days hunted and the harvest, but I did ask for numbers for those 2 weeks of the extended season, and the numbers I was given is 2,527 deer killed in those 2 weeks in 2023, and 1,736 deer killed in 2024. And in my mind, I don't know. I've got a process in my mind how you can tell people to be careful about CWD, but tell them it's no big deal and everything's fine and just go about your business. Conceptually, I'm going to have to work on that a minute. But if we kill, Mark said it earlier, the bucks that are running around with the disease spreading prions everywhere, they're the ones that can take it far and wide. If we remove one more buck,
Amendment. Okay, if not, Mayor, you can call the roll for the vote on the amendment only.
Hank,
No.
Rhonda Moody,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Wally Childress, Stan Butt,
Yes.
Brad Box.
yes.
Chairman Wright, that's 3 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 sustain.
Thank you. Motion, the amendment passes, and now we will vote on the proclamation 2410 as amended. All right, we'll leave that amendment standing. I apologize. Go. Now, turkeys. We have a non-committee discussion on turkeys as presented.
Can we see the slide that you had up about turkey seasons?
We ready for non-committee discussion on turkeys? Commissioner Cox?
Thank you. I believe what the agency has proposed is good. I think the questions are the opening day and the bag limit. Both of those items are covered in the turkey study. That delaying it 2 weeks didn't help nesting or the hatch, and neither did the reduction of the to 2. The only reason I wouldn't support going back to April the 1st is because of the juvenile hunt, and it was really good to see the juvenile numbers up. And I believe that'll continue with them having the Saturday before the April the 7th. So I strongly support what they proposed.
Further non-committee input. Commissioner Blue.
Yeah, Commissioner Wright, Chairman Wright, I would just like to say I've gotten a lot of phone calls on this from very reputable people that I respect that have turkey hunted for years, from Mr. Landreth to Mr. Bradshaw to Kelly Powers to a lot of people across West Tennessee. And it seems like everyone has got differing opinions on this. I do like the recommendations of the agency. I do like the work that you all have put in on this. I think it is a compromise. I understand we can't make everyone happy, but this is a compromise. I know there is differing studies, and, personally, I think the 2-week helps. I know Missouri's had it for years. I know, we've only got 2 years of data on it, but there's something going on in the woods those 2 weeks, anyway, but I think that I like the agency's recommendations. The only thing I would have any discussion about is the 3-bird limit going from the 2 to the 3. And I know if you could help me out, what are those numbers? What amount of birds would that be going from 3 to 2? Do we anticipate from years past it would harvest?
I think it showed less than 10% of the hunters were shooting more than 2 birds. So very,
and about how many
small.
birds was that? Wasn't it around 1,500 birds? Is that right?
That'd be a little more for statewide, potentially.
Right.
but yeah, somewhere in the order of that.
And the only reason I said that is I just think we need to be as conservative as we can be with a population that's fragile. And in some places we're overrun with turkeys, and some places we aren't, so.
Further comment, Commissioner Granbery, Chairman Granbery, sorry.
Thanks, Mark, for all your hard work. There's no, I think there's been some conversation about bearded hens, and that's not really been much of y'all's conversation. So I'm just curious your thoughts on that. And then one thing that we talked about today, Commissioner Childress and I with our guide, when you have these dates that are the closest to a date and the calendars change, and just for example, if you go to next year, it's going to drive that youth hunt back into March when it's not as good. So has there been any consideration to, like, the youth hunt is always the first Saturday in April, and then the season starts the following Saturday, or something to that effect, where it's a Saturday after? So it's a more defined date. So it's not regulations is two birds, and one of those can only be a Jake. And now y'all are going up on the limit and then carrying the Jakes with it. And I'm just concerned on your thoughts on that, because, we're all about, I will tell you unequivocally, and the study we got from recently got the data. Yes, it didn't say that the delay helped, but it didn't say hurt either. But if you look at, and Commissioner Cox made this point, and I agree with him 100%, that we cannot argue the last 2 years of the youth and how successful that's been. And we get into R3, how important that is. It's not scientific, but the dates are factual and the numbers are factual. And that, to me, if we're dependent on license sales and we're trying to get you excited about being in the woods and having a successful hunt, if you get to that first Saturday close to the 7th, then, if you look at out 3, 4, 5 years on the calendars, that first Saturday for the youth hunt's going to be in 25th, 26th, 7th of March as the calendars roll. So I'm more concerned with the defined date. I know I've said a lot. I just like your comments, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we did discuss bearded hens a little bit. They represent less than 1% of the harvest. Under 300 birds annually. And the actual effect on the population that would occur if we were to make it so hunters couldn't shoot bearded hens would be negligible, in our opinion. So it's just kind of added complexity. And, we're thinking about that new hunters out there. It's like, oh, it has a beard. Is that a hen? I know I can't shoot bearded hens. We're trying to make it just simple. You can go out and turkey hunt. If it has a beard, you can shoot it. So in relation to the Jakes, it's kind of the same thought. I think prior to the one Jake restriction, Jakes were anywhere from 10 to 12% of the total harvest. After the one Jake restriction, it dropped to 8 to 10%. It was a pretty small shift. Most folks, if they're shooting Jakes, are only shooting one anyways, it seems. So we just felt like biologically that it really wasn't a driver. Let's simplify things there. And then as far as the start date goes, that would just be a subtle shift a little bit later, and you'd still rotate through those dates. I think, it's certainly the commission's prerogative to propose that. I think our recommendation is what we took to the public, and it stands, but I don't think we would push back strongly against that proposal.
Thank you.
Any other non-committee member comments regarding turkeys? Seeing none, any committee member comments, discussion, amendments on turkeys?
Chairman.
Commissioner Childress?
I'm still reeling over the last one we was talking about, so forgive me for a second. Of course, I want to make an amendment to the turkey season.
We'd be happy to hear it.
All right. Turkey season opener the first Saturday in April for juveniles. And that would put the second Saturday in April for adults. No bearded hens. Honestly, a week ago, I didn't know bearded hens could produce. And now that we don't want to kill hens if we're trying to save the turkeys, so no bearded hens. If we're trying to save the turkeys, so no bearded hens. 2 bird limit. One could be a jake. I'd also like to include the River Counties season and the bottom of Middle Tennessee. I'm pretty sure is it Wayne Lawrence, Lincoln? They were in the study before. Them 4 counties be taken out of the fall season. I feel like we have the majority of turkey hunters supporting us in the 2 bird limit. And I think it gives the youth the best chance to have a good opening day, is why I'm making these suggestions or the amendment.
If I can make a suggestion, let's take each of these 5 individually so that I can abstain. I'm just kidding.
No,
let's
that's
take
fine.
each of these 5 individually, just in case it'll be cumbersome if somebody wants to support the 4 out of 5. It'll be difficult. So if we can, we'll start with
To make it easier, I can
the opening.
remove my amendment.
No, sir. No, it's good. So I think we should consider the opening date of first Saturday for juveniles, second Saturday weekend for adults first. If we can do, is that okay?
I'll amend
Council?
my amendment to that.
So that's amendment 1.
Okay, I'll second it.
Thought you were going to sustain.
So would that allow for other amendments?
Let's discuss this amendment and then we can go forward with further amendments, if that's okay. So changing the dates, as I see it, is a pretty minor change, but it makes sure we don't push the youth into March. Other than that, it's almost exactly the same, but a little bit simpler maybe for everybody to understand year to year.
Yeah, it gives a specific weekend that it has to happen instead of a date you have to adjust off of.
Okay, further committee discussion? Okay, got something?
Yeah, I'm a turkey hunter, and I've seen the boom and bust cycles, if you want to call it that. The population explosion back several years ago, and then the sag from there. And I was really excited about what I saw Saturday. We've studied a lot of this, and I don't know that setting the season back is making things better. But I think I speak for a lot of commissioners that we set the season back and there's more turkeys now. And I think I would hope that people would view it as us just kind of, at least I'll speak for myself, erring on the side of caution. And I would support that. And I think it kind of is consistent with the way we set a lot of our deer seasons. We set them on a Saturday of the month type thing. So I think there's at least a precedent for that.
Any other committee comment on the amendment? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. Mary, please.
Hank Bright,
Yes.
Rhonda Moody. Yes. Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Wally Childress,
Yes.
Stan Butt,
Yes.
Brad Box.
Yes.
Chairman Wright, that's all yeses.
Okay, the amendment passes, and I think What we discussed, Commissioner Childers, your second amendment would be no bearded hens. Is that correct?
Correct.
Bearded hens not allowed. I started to do the math, so I was going to try to run it out 10 years. Any further discussion from commissioners? Committee members, excuse me.
Mark, do you think this will create an enforcement issue? I thought that was part of the reason that we've had misidentification of a male versus a female, and the beard was the defining characteristic.
Yeah, I'll ask Lieutenant Colonel Ransaff to answer that.
But that just make the hunters be more confident about what they're shooting.
If we, where you cannot kill a bearded hen, if we change it from the way it is now, will that create violations by hunters due to misidentification? Or it's kind of a trick question because it's a personal identification.
Yeah, it'll be up to the hunter individually to make sure they don't shoot what's illegal, which would be a bearded hen if it's passed. But if that happens, a self-reporting to an officer, it will use a good judgment on how we handle that, obviously. Yeah, I mean, mistakes are going to be made. They're made every day with the hunting at times, but we'll use good judgment on that and discretion.
People get excited.
Yeah.
And it happens. But if I could see new hunters more susceptible to it than someone that had been out there for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, committee members, further discussion about the no bearded hens amendment? Mary, you'll call the roll.
Hank Wright,
Yes.
Rhonda Moody. Yes. Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Wally Childress. Yes. Stan Butt,
Yes.
Brad Box.
Yes.
Chairman, that's all ayes.
Thank you, Mary. Next part of Commissioner Childers' amendment, if I remember right, was moved to a two bird statewide and one can be a Jake.
Correct.
Okay. Committee member discussion. Any committee members have discussion on this amendment?
This is one Jake.
Yeah. And we have Mark, if you could help us with we have a description and a definition in the regs about Jake. What is a Jake and what's a mature Tom? Is that right?
I'm going to ask Roger to answer that.
Okay, perfect. And that's existing, but if you could.
Yes, correct. Roger Shields, Wild Turkey Program Coordinator. So the designation is to be defined as a gobbler or an adult male turkey is a spur at least a half-inch long, a beard at least 6 inches long, the tail fan that's a complete contour. So like in a Jake, usually have the center ones that are a little bit longer because they've been replaced. They're now adult feathers. So in an adult bird, you'll have that even contour of the tail fan. And then on the wing feathers, that the white barring go all the way to the tip. If any of those 4 criteria exist on the bird, then it's considered an adult.
Thank you. Any further committee discussion on the amendment? Okay.
Just for clarification, could you repeat it, this section? Sorry, Wally, you overwhelmed me a little.
Wally, can you repeat that, your amendment on the 2 statewide limit, only one of which can be a Jake? Is that correct?
Yeah, 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Hank Wright. Greg Davenport. Childress.
Yes.
Stan Butt.
Yes.
Brad Box.
Yes.
Chairman Wright, that's all ayes.
Okay, that amendment carries. And then the last one, Commissioner Childress, I believe you would like to have no fall season in Wayne, Lawrence, Giles, and Lincoln counties. And were the other counties?
The West unit.
So no
West.
fall season in the west unit.
Yeah, Lake, Dyer, Crockett, Lauderdale, Haywood, Tipton, Shelby. Wayne in Central, Wayne, Lawrence, Giles, Lincoln.
Okay, any committee member discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, Mayor will call the roll.
Hank Wright,
Yes.
Rhonda Moody,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Wally Childress, Stan Butt,
Yes.
Brad Box.
Yes.
Chairman, that's all ayes.
All right, do we have further discussion from committee members on turkeys? All right, I'll get council to help me. What I think we're going to do now is vote on Proclamation 2410 as amended relative to deer and turkeys. I got one clarifying question about Commissioner Box, your amendment. Did it change the buck limit? Or we just allowed different weaponry during archery, muzzleloader, and season extension? But the buck limit stays the same in your amendment, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So I have a clarification. I thought your amendment was to keep the existing CWD regulations in effect for those counties.
Yeah, when he said stays the same, I mean.
Stays the same as CWD, so
as
it's
the
3.
past.
Or
Correct.
4. Is it 3 or 4? 3.
3.
Everybody clear on that? We have any questions for committee? What we're voting on is the full Proclamation 2410 as amended with regard to deer and turkeys, to move that to the full commission tomorrow. I think we can do a voice roll call. Okay, all those in favor state aye. Aye. All those in favor, opposed? Hearing none, it carries. We'll push that to tomorrow.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
Communications and marketing, and we've branched to R3 and outreach and the work going on right there.
Well, yeah, so, excuse me, so we just actually pulled that division out where it's separate, and R3 is retention, reactivation, and recruitment, and we're trying to retain hunters, reactivate hunters that may have gone out, and then bring in new hunters. And so we've got a flagship station called Buffalo Ridge Refuge, and it's designated just for outreach events. That started under Director Carter, and we've continued to build on it. We just acquired a new piece of property up on the plateau, and we're actually going to set aside a piece of that property. It's going to be Catoosa Ridge Refuge, and these are going to focus on outreach events. It's more important now than ever. We talk about growing up doing that, but a lot of our youth today are not growing up and doing the same things that we did as far as hunting and fishing. They just don't have the grandfathers or the fathers or even mothers to take them out. And so we're actually going out and recruiting folks to do this. We've got several different programs where we grant funds to partner organizations. The Hunting and Fishing Academy that we grant to the Tennessee Wildlife Federation, a great program that gets folks. Really, we get the facility built to bring folks in, to kind of bring those new folks in. One other new thing that we took the ranges that TWRA owns and moved those out of the law enforcement division and moved them into the R3 division. Programming to actually hopefully bring the hunting and angling.
Yeah, that's a big group out there that love to shoot, and that's
seems like a natural transition.
Yeah, definitely.
They're already halfway there. They've got a lot of the equipment they need.
And you guys know about the event that we just had up at John Sevier, Turkey Field Day, where they brought folks in. And so, we use the range up there to try to be able to teach them a lot of things about turkey hunting, about what they're going to need, the sounds, everything that they would need. And we had a whole crew go up and actually work on that event. So a great outreach event.
Yeah. We're still hard at it, doing some events, doing fairs like we talked about. Well, now we have more liberal deer seasons, the changes in the turkey, the elk. We have elk in Tennessee, and you can hunt on the Ed Carter unit up there. But
if you can get drawn, I haven't been lucky enough yet.
Well, I didn't get drawn, but touch on some of those successes while we got a few more minutes left.
Well, I think it started with Director Carter and the folks that actually started with the restocking programs. I mean, elk, when Director Carter was there, is a great thing. You know, now we have 19 tags that we give out to be able to hunt elk in East Tennessee. And think about that. I mean, that species had pretty much gone extinct. And we found some animals from Elk Island that we were able to bring in, and that population continues to grow. We're about 150 animals. We hope to continue to build on that and have more hunting. Same thing with the white-tailed deer. We have very liberal bag limits because we've had a sustainable population. You know, the agency manages a lot of property, about 1 million acres. And that's nice to be able to have that property to manage to bring these species back where you have sustainable populations to hunt.
Yeah.
You know, I was in Region 2. I remember in our little staff meeting one day, the regional manager said, do y'all realize there was 1,000 deer taken in Middle Tennessee last year? Can you imagine that? And now, you know, one of the counties you mentioned, there's like 5,000 deer a year just in one county. So that was different. And our non-game, which I know it's all diversity or whatever, but non-game animals, those that aren't hunted or fished for, there's a lot of work being done on that, and a lot of restoration efforts still underway on a lot of those species.
Protect all wildlife species. You know, that was the message in that video that we've been referencing that film, and it's still the message today. You know, it's not just the game animals.
Right. Started out game and fish, and then, well, I guess that slid a little bit when Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency came on board in 74, didn't it? I mean,
part of that was for that reason. They said we want to make sure that everybody understands that we're for all wildlife and not just those that are hunted or fished for.
Right.
Which we'd always done, but maybe just wasn't as clear.
We wanted to kind of touch on things that are going to happen in the 75th anniversary season. A lot of events coming up this year, Director Maxidon. Just going to run down a quick list here, but Normandy Hatchery Open House in April, Bobby Wilson Free Fishing Day, June 8th, Birds, Bees, Bucks and Trees event, June 29th, Sunflower Festival, July 6th at Forks of the River, Waterfowl Field Day, August 6th, Bob White Heritage Festival, October 5th. A lot of new stuff that we're trying to do, and some old.
So what a cool thing.
Yeah, we'll get Bobby in here, Chief of Fisheries.
Yes.
And learn about his career and talk about Free Fishing Day. That'll be fun. Make it easier for the sportsmen to have it all in one spot. So it's going to be a fun year. I appreciate you guys being here with us today.
Thank y'all. I'm excited to see all the activities for the 75th celebration this year, but thank you.
And it's easy for me to remember. The agency and I were both created the same year, so 75 years is easy for me to remember.
Yeah, that's fun. That's 75 years. It's amazing to think back on just the successes in those years.
Yeah.
And experiences from both of you guys. And
thank both of you for all you've done and the dedication and service to this
labor of love, right?
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Director Carter, for coming on today.
It's home week for sure, but thank you all. Appreciate it very much, and for all that everybody does inside this agency.
Definitely. Well, thank you all. Hey, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Keep coming back, keep watching, keep listening, subscribe, like us, share us, and we'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Join us as we celebrate 75 years of conservation in our great state. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Tennessee had a deer stalking program already in place going primarily from Clarksville base within the Campbell area. From that area, a lot of deer were stalked in Middle and West Tennessee. And then later on, we started taking deer from those areas and stalking other areas. So it was a progression. It moved pretty fast. The deer sometimes were faster than the stalkers were.
I bet that was pretty exciting trying to trap those deer and move them and know that you're making impact.
Well, we wasn't all that confident.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of the counties had dog problems. You know, they'd be wanting to dog the deer, and it didn't hold up under that kind of pressure. And we had to go back in and restock. And there was a lot of different types of law enforcement work that had to be done. And the officers did a good job. And we talked to a lot of the judges, and they clamped down pretty hard on somebody poaching deer out there. Back then, we only put out 15 or 20 deer. It was critical. In fact, at that time, it could cost you your truck.
It's an amazing success story. You hear folks saying,
truck.
Yeah. It's an amazing success story. You hear folks saying, well, we didn't see a deer when I was a kid. And now you just have to walk out your back door and you got in a southern grazing or driving down the interstate highways or whatever. You see a deer just about every day.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if we're too efficient.
Some folks say back in the good old days, but I don't know. Right now, hunting and fishing is really good.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This year, we celebrate the men and women of the TWRA responsible for 75 years of wildlife conservation. Now make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. I'm Jason Harmon. I'll be your host today, and I've got some special guests with us today, and it's another theme that's happening around here. It's a look back. We've got some special guests with us today. We're going to look back on the agency and the successes and some of the fun stories that's happened throughout the 75 years of the agency. Mr. Johnny Allred is helping me co-host today. Johnny, welcome in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're glad you're here. Just a little bit different, a few different faces around the table today, and I'm excited to have Johnny helping me co-host. But before we introduce the other guest, I want to jump in on a few things. We really appreciate our radio partners out there playing Wildcast and our Wildcast extras. And today we want to highlight a station out of Columbia. These guys are from down that area, so we thought we'd highlight them. WKRM 103.7 FM. They run Wildcast on Saturdays at 11 a.m. So we appreciate those partners, and especially this one here, WKRM and 103.7. You can find them at WKRMradio.com. So great partners out there. It's also spring turkey season is upon us. The youth are out there this weekend, and the adults and others can join in on the fun the next weekend. So April 13th through May 26th is the spring turkey season. So we're excited about that. Always check your guide. Visit tnwildlife.org for all that information. Make sure you're up to date on your license at gooutdoorstennessee.com. All right, I think that's all the PSAs for today. We are excited to have Ed Penrod with us today. Ed worked for the agency for a long time and has a lot of history with the agency, and then he went on to work for some other folks, and we're going to learn all about that today. But Ed, we appreciate you being with us.
Nice to be here. It really is.
Yeah.
Appreciate you inviting me.
Back to the spot where you used to your old stomping grounds up here, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then we have Mr. Keith Seagrave.
I know we're standing between everybody in the dinner table, so we'll keep this thing rolling, and I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Statewide Furbearer hunting and trapping season proclamation now. This is Proclamation 2407. So we've got two things. One, we previewed back in March as species that are legal to take. This is due to their elevated status on the state list. So you all approved a new state list back in December. And so this is just to align the proclamation with that new list. And then the second is a request from the March meeting, and that was to develop agency considerations for a nighttime coyote and bobcat hunting season. So we're just going to focus on this night coyote and bobcat season now. We, of course, put this out for public input after the meeting in March. There was overwhelming support, concerns. And as Joe mentioned previously, we did get some form letters opposing this hunt. So if the commission does decide to go down this road, here's kind of the process of how it'll work. So the Furbearer proclamation, which is what we're considering now, is where the commission would have to establish the season. And then the law enforcement committee would have to adjust the manner and means proclamation. And then lastly, there was some discussion about a new permit. If y'all want to discuss that, that will be a rule change. So for the sake of this, we're just going to be talking about the Furbearer proclamation. So this season would be on private land. Those people out hunting. Permit again would be required, which is what we talked about in March. Saturday in June and run through the second Sunday in August. Hunting hours would be 30 minutes after sunset until 30 minutes before sunrise. Bobcat per night. So a hunter could take one bobcat at night and then one bobcat during the day. Those would be separate bag limits. And then no limits at all on coyotes. Weapons allowed be shotguns only, no single projectile. And here you can see the list of methods. Lights would be allowed, but not from or attached to a mechanized vehicle or cast from a public road. Night vision, thermal imaging equipment allowed. Hand, mouth operated, and electronic calls that imitate wounded prey or coyote calls are allowed, and dogs would not be allowed. So first, we will have to consider the Furbearer proclamation. So we'll do that first, and then if it passes, law enforcement committee can take over and hear manner and means. And then if y'all want to discuss the rule hearing, we can toss that to Tori to speak about. You can see there the earliest effective date of a rule would be the 1st of July in 2025. So here's just what I read through with the agency considerations on the proclamation. So you can see there, all bobcats harvested in Tennessee being exported from the United States must be tagged with a CITES tag. So we did want to point that out as well. And so with that, I will throw it back to the chairman for public comment and committee discussion and action.
Thank you, Mark. I think we'll move 2407 to get it on the floor. I'll move that. Do we have a second? Okay, 2407 is on the floor and seconded. Open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public that wants to comment under this section. Doesn't have to be about night coyote hunting. It could be other problems. I think, Mr. Smith, you. Thank you. Just state your name and where you're from.
Okay. Excuse my voice. My name is Mike Smith from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We have, and it's after talking to the wildlife officers, it seems that our situation in Lawrence County is localized. We have guys hunting with coyotes with dogs, and they hunt anywhere and everywhere they want. They turn the dogs loose, I don't know where, and then their claim to the officers is, I can't control my dogs. You know, I can't help where they go. But they'll pass through 8, 10, 12 different property owners. And I've talked to coon hunters who stop their dogs by the use of shock collars. They've trained them. And they strictly hunt from the road. They never leave their vehicle. They chase the dogs with the vehicles on roads. They'll sit up on my road where my house is. They'll go to the next road that parallels it with 3 or 4 vehicles, 500 yards, quarter of a mile apart. They talk on CBs. And when they come up and ask them about being on the road, they say, I'm trying to catch my dogs. So the law enforcement officers' hands are tied. They legally, they can't do anything. They know they're technically trespassing, but they can't do anything. 3 weeks ago, they were on my property. There was 2 trucks 500 yards apart. I pulled between them and stopped just to observe them. One of them pulls up to my truck, gets out and walks up to my window. He said, what you doing? I said, I'm just watching y'all. He said, you understand we've got 25 feet each side of this road. You can't say anything. I said, I understand. I said, but if you go past that, I'm going to do something. He said, well, technically, you can't stop us from hunting your land and running our dogs. And I said, I may not can, but I'm going to be here to watch you. And he said, well, I hope you understand we're not going to stop here. You know, I'm going to watch you. But they'll run through my cows. You know, the coyote through. The mama gets upset. She can't half back in. She goes through the fence. Well, that cow's out on the road. If a car hits it, I'm the one who's liable. I'm the one that's got to take the heat for it. And they don't there. Every time they come, I have to check fence. I have to check cows. There's other things I'd love to be doing on a Saturday or Sunday for myself. But they're deciding who gets to enjoy our land. And I know lease owners that have leased land, hunters. They'll have 1,000 acres. They have that problem. Another example of it, I had a friend who caught one of their dogs, got the name off the collar, told the guy, he says, I'll meet you somewhere. Told the guy, he says, I'll meet you somewhere and I'll give you your dog back. He said, okay. He said, as he got closer to him, the dog went crazy in his truck. The guy was holding the button down on the shock collar, tore his truck all to pieces inside. But there's nothing legally that anybody can do. And a lot of landowners around me have just given up hope because for the last 15, 20 years, the enforcement officers say, there's just nothing we can do about it. And as I told you a while ago, I've learned nobody has ever experienced anything like this. And it's hard to explain how they do. But you know, when they're just using 6 or 8 trucks and they'll move sections and then just follow their dogs around, if they kill them, and I've never caught them killing them, the only way they can kill them is from the road. So essentially they are hunting from a truck, but it's just hard to prove. And I'm not doing a good job of presenting myself, I don't think.
I personally appreciate you coming, Mr. Smith, and I'm sorry you're enduring this. It's one of the most extreme cases of property abuse that I've heard.
Well, it is. I mean, I've spent 42 years trying to create a wildlife area for my children and grandchildren. And between me and my 2 neighbors, we've got about 1,500 that we just isolate for wildlife habitat. And we've worked hard to create this. We didn't have any deer. We didn't have any turkey. I told one of the officers the other day, back in the dead winter, I looked out my kitchen window and there was 20 longbeards out there. That's wonderful, you know, to see that. But I'm being told by someone else what I can do with my property and what I can't do. And I just don't think that's right. And, you know, I've noticed they start sometimes within a half mile of Laurel Hill management area. Their dogs never get on Laurel Hill because they know they're going to get cited. The other question I had was why the WMAs and TWRA doesn't allow this practice on their property. And it's because you've got other uses and other reasons that don't. Well, the same applies to a private landowner. I don't want this on my property. And I want to be able to decide who uses my property. And I'm denied that right now. And I don't know the solution. That's why I've come to y'all. And that's all we've been told is that there is no solution. But I have to be positive and think if you've made a regulation, you can change a regulation. And that's my hope today is that I can convince y'all to help us.
I appreciate your time and coming. To be clear, the nighttime, and I know you're not thinking it is, but our nighttime coyote season specifically precludes the use of dogs.
Right. And the WMAs do too. I mean, they say no dog hunting on coyotes on our property. Well, I think it ought to be the same for us. I don't think there should be any distinction between private and public if it's causing us, you know, problems with it. But I've been in the deer stand before. Dogs will come through. There's nothing coming through.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Dale, I'm not 100% clear on why or what our officers might be telling or saying, but can you speak to this? Because it sounds to me like simple trespassing and not necessarily something that we've set a rule or a regulation that would allow people to do this.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Granbery. I've spoken with the officers in that area in relation to his issue. We actually have an officer that lives, works, and lives on the property, and who wants to help. And the problems he's talking about are they're releasing the dogs. They're not stepping foot on the property, but they're releasing dogs on someone else's property. Let's say it's 100 acres, and then those dogs go into other properties and run in that area. But they're not setting foot on Mr. Smith's property. So the trespassing by the individual isn't happening. Trespassing by the individual isn't happening. Trespassing by the dogs. And I've spoken with the county DA and judge may perceive that, and they've spoken with them about it. And I've spoken with our general counsel about kind of our options as an agency. But right now, the trespassing, hunting without permission, it's a little bit of a stretch for us to get there with them just being on the road and their dogs running through the woods.
Is a dog not an extension of the hunter?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my voice is terrible. I said, is a dog not an extension of the hunter? Is he not responsible for his dog?
He is, and I believe, I think after speaking with you earlier, something about, and I think in the law's eyes or in statutory, we can't do anything with someone just looking for their dog. If the dog damages something, damages cattle, damages fences, that would be more of a civil issue between the landowner and the person who owned the dog. Tori, am I kind of correct in that, or is there a little bit more to it?
Appropriately address the situation. Title 44 Tennessee Code does allow an exception to the offense of an uncontrolled animal if the dog is going to or coming from a hunt. And I'm assuming that's where they were going in the discussion with you. So the hunter is not stepping foot on your property.
Not that we've caught.
Okay.
What about code 70-4-108? It describes their action. But every time the law enforcement pulls up, they say, we're just sitting here listening, trying to catch our dogs. We're not hunting.
Is that animals at large?
The statute 74-108 is the hunting from a public road. So our officer would have to actually catch them in the act of hunting. You know, we may get into a semantics issue of whether they truly are hunting at that point.
That's what I say. Yeah. They found the loopholes that's enabling them to do this. But as I described, when you go 10, 12 miles and you never get out of your truck and you're using your dogs to hunt an animal, you're truck hunting. I mean, by definition, there's nothing else it could be. Am I correct in assuming that?
Well, we'd have to look at that, and I'm not familiar with the case. I would like to look at the definition of hunting to see exactly where there could be an issue. But if you've talked to Lieutenant Colonel, I'm glad to work with you.
Their intent is to hunt. They turned the dogs loose to hunt. So could we not proceed against intent?
Well, that'd be a discussion we'd have to have the district attorney and our officer, because we would have to have that discussion in support of the local district attorney.
Yeah, I would say just for the benefit of everyone on the commission, I've spoken with Colonel Ryder and a few other officers, and I personally have never been around this type of activity, which is the coyotes being chased by dogs and this group hunting in this way. So I don't know if it's an isolated area that is just going on down there, but I don't know any other place in the state that this type of activity is going on like this.
And it doesn't even occur in the whole county. It's just in the west. Parents used to be deer doggers. You know, they were notorious for it in the 70s and 80s. And I know.
Last question. How many times have these gentlemen lost their dogs on your property?
2 or 3 times a month.
All right. That's not a random dog.
No, it's not.
So I think at that point, you do go to the DA, you do go to the sheriff, and you make the point. They say, look, if somebody loses a dog, I want to help them. But losing their dog in the same location 2 or 3 times a month is not losing their dog.
These boys have even told me, they said, when we start, we know where they're headed.
Yeah.
Because we got in the center of our area, we've got 592 acres of pines and hardwoods that we've planted. And it's just ideal habitat. You go. So they're and there doesn't appear to be a.
So Colonel, can he call the wildlife office, file a report?
That's what I was just getting ready to say. We will work with the officers down there. I've already spoke with a couple of them, but we'll work with them to try to document what's going on through you, through them checking them. And we'll talk with our general counsel, and we'll get them all to talk with the DA and the judges in that area and see if there's another option, or if we can document this over a period of time. That would be something we could pursue with mutation over time if they're doing the same thing over and over and over.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Yes.
I was going to tell you also, animals at large, 44.8.413, owner of a dog has a duty to keep that dog under reasonable control at all times and to keep that dog from running at large. I know we used to cite people for animals at large all the time. And there's one that pertains to livestock as well. And you have a duty, you have a right to protect yourself from that dog.
Well, I've thought about shooting with birdshot. I don't want to kill somebody's dog, but I want to try to deter them. But I don't want to get sued either. You know, so like I say, I don't have a lot of options except to follow them and try to fix their mess. And it's just frustrating. And so many people, like I say, so many people in our community have given up of even saying anything. And before I came up here, everybody told me I was wasting my time. But I just got to hope that there's something.
I promise you, we'll get with the officers there. We'll have a meeting with our general counsel, the officers, and then we'll also have discussions with the DA and the judge there to try to work something out for you.
Okay. What he was talking about, is that just a something they could write a ticket on? Yeah. Is that possible through what he was saying?
We'll have to discuss it and look at it closer. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is kind of a little bit off target. I'm sorry. I got us a little bit straight. Thank you so much, sir.
I'm sorry.
And we'll aspire through our general counsel and Lieutenant Colonel that we'll push this forward and help you out on this matter. And Commissioner Saltzman, you make a great point on 2 or 3 times a month is not just a happenstance. So I think you had the word from the Lieutenant Colonel and Director Maxidon and General Counsel Grimes, and we thank you for your time. And
thank y'all for this.
Hope your voice gets better with all this pollen.
Me too, and I appreciate the time. And I'm sorry.
No, sir. This is a great conversation.
Thank you for making that effort.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I'll turn it back over to Chairman Wright, and we'll get back on track on the Cody nighttime regulation.
Perfect. We're still in the public comment period. Anyone else wish to speak on nighttime predator season? Just state your name and where you from.
My name's Travis Rogers. I'm from right here in locally. I'm the president of the Tennessee Bear Hunters Association, and I just want to say I feel for you. I hate that them boys down there is doing that for you, to you. I am a strong dog hunting advocate. Okay, I feel like we should be able to hunt anything with dogs. I realize that that's not something that we can really go for, but here or there. If I turn my dog, we got to be careful because this is a slippery slope. Okay. If I turn my dogs loose bear hunting, they liable to travel 25 miles and they're out of range of my correction device, or whatever. So just please consider anything that you decide to do that it's slippery slope, and I hate it for you because you got to make a decision here. And I really hate I'll talk to the boys or whatever, but decide, because that's going to set a precedence that is also going to affect the dog hunters in the other areas.
Thank Thank you. Any further public comment on Proclamation 24-07? Okay, any non-committee, any non-wildlife committee comments? Yeah, I'll go to him committee next.
Non-committee.
Non-committee. Commissioner Saltzman.
This has a little bit more to do with the permission slip, and this may be for council. It says written permission. Is that digital as well? Or is that something we need to discuss at a later date?
That's actually addressed in the proclamation. It
Okay.
opens the door for electronic and or text.
It is electronic.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is.
thanks.
Okay, any other non-committee? Chairman Granbery.
No, go ahead. I'm committee.
Yeah. I guess this is a Tory question on the rule. And on the slide, it says it would not go into effect until July of 25. If this passes and goes through the law enforcement committee and passes tomorrow, would we be able to start hunting now before the rule goes into full effect in 2025?
So the rule would only effectuate a fee to the extent you all decided to charge a fee. Statute says any new fee must be promulgated and must 90 days before July 1st. And while we do have 90 days before July 1st today, we don't have enough time to promulgate. So that puts us into the July 125 cycle. You all, and it's a decision point for you all. Do you want to open a fee and then institute a fee after July 1 of 25?
And I'll just comment on that, Chairman Granbery. My intent was that we would open it our turkeys, a new hunting opportunity, et cetera, to help our turkeys, a new hunting opportunity, et cetera. But there'd be a nominal fee once the rule, meant.
But they still have to have a hunting license, appropriate hunting license.
Correct. Okay, we'll open.
Yeah, I know what I'm like Brad. I'm thinking about how I want to say all this. Originally, I was in favor of allowing nighttime coyote hunting, but based on several circumstances, then I have these concerns. Number one, it's not a recommendation of the agency. There's been a lot of hunter input against it as well as some for it. There's been this concern primarily, in my opinion, for the safety, not only about hunters, but about livestock and a lot of other animals. And I think that if nothing else, with the information that was provided to us about incidences that have happened about nighttime hunting as well as nighttime coyote hunting and hunting with night vision and lasers and all of that, that it's very difficult to determine what you're shooting at. And with that being said, then I have grave concerns about moving this forward. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Budd. Any other commissioners want to comment on 2407?
Oh, and one other comment, I'm sorry. Then we have provisions in place right now from a deprivation standpoint for private landowners to address this situation. And I think that at this point, that's sufficient for consideration.
Other commissioner comment? Commissioner Davenport? Or committee member comment, excuse me.
Been called worse. I think the agency did a pretty good job of giving us a list of accidents that have occurred in other states, and I found them to be fairly limited, and gives more opportunity for predator hunters to harvest an invasive species, the coyote or coyote. And I think that the coyote and the bobcat are two of the of adult and poult turkeys. So I tend to, or I believe that the good outweighs the risk associated with that. But we must all remember that any type of hunting comes with inherent risks if you do not associated with that. But we must all remember that any type of hunting comes with inherent risks if you do not practice proper safety procedures.
I'm not sure I remember an incident that happened with a shotgun. I could be wrong. If very few, if any, with shotgun. I like that there's written permission. I think that gives our law enforcement the tools that they need to just to ask that. And I think the shotgun eliminates, with no single projectile, eliminates concern of any bullet or projectile extending past your line of sight, which is one of the biggest concerns people have. A lot of our states do it with a great degree of safety with center fires, but that's not what we're suggesting. But I think it's good for turkeys, and the public input did support it. And I like that we have a new hunting opportunity. So that's my comment and input. Any other committee members? Childress.
As a landowner, I like the plan. You know, we patrol our ground pretty much every day because we're just out in it and other people's where we can see it. But this would give the officers a chance to have more, in my eyes, to protect our ground more where we can see it. But this would give the officers a chance to have more, in my eyes, to protect our ground more for us at night when we're not. And the opportunity for another small hunting season, I think, would be beneficial to people. That's all I got to say.
Further committee input?
Just a question. Is there going to be a reporting?
No, sir. We have not discussed that.
The reason I ask is I've heard a lot of people say that you're never going to get a coyote close enough to kill it with a turkey, and you're out, a wounded animal, and the coyote comes up we know they're very smart and they can smell like a coon dog. And so I just would like some way, if this passes, that we could look back and protect against that, because we certainly don't want to cause the coyote population to grow, because we've got a bunch of folks out there with shotguns and other folks that are historically depredating on their property and removing coyotes and don't have success with calling. Just something to think about.
Further committee input? Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification, Council. So, Commissioner Butt, since this is part of an overall Furbearer hunting and trapping season bag limit proclamation, are you wanting to make a motion against the night season component? Do you wish to make a motion or an amendment, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, could I interrupt? I just want to be clear. The agency is not recommending a coyote season. These are considerations for you all as a wildlife committee per your request. So at this point, Commissioner Butt, there's no recommendation from the agency at this point. So
and I may have used the word recommendation. I'm sorry. The agency presentation.
Right.
So where are we? Is the fur bearing proclamation such that that the commission is recommending it to go to?
Let me see if I can clarify this. The only recommendation is in the proclamation by the agency. Mark, will you recover for that one item or two items?
Yeah, so the only recommendation is removing long-tailed weasel and spotted skunk as species legal to take.
Okay. So that's the only thing the agency is recommending. The commission asked the agency to explain what would it look like for coyote season, or a bobcat night hunting season. If that's the case, we would need a motion to add that to the proclamation.
Then he wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'll move to add the nighttime coyote and bobcat season as presented to the proclamation. I'll make that motion. Is there a second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further public comment? Okay, any other committee comment? So the motion is to add nighttime coyote and bobcat season, and it was seconded. So we'll take a roll call vote on that motion to add that amendment, add that to the Furbearer proclamation. Mary, if you could call the roll of committee members.
Hank Wright.
Yes.
Rhonda Moody. No.
Yes.
Wally Childress.
Yes.
Stan Butt.
No.
Brad Box.
No.
Chairman Wright, that's 3 noes and 2 yeses.
No, it's 3 yeses.
Three no's and
3 noes and 3 yeses. Sorry.
Yep. So we'll have to have a tiebreaker, and I'll let council handle that.
I'm not voting. Given the committees or ad hoc committees, I'm going to ask Chairman Granbery to break the tie.
I vote yes.
Okay, motion passes, the amendment passes, and now we'll move to vote on 2407 as amended, the Wildlife Committee. Any discussion on that? Okay, I think we'll do a roll call, Mary.
Hank Wright.
Yes.
Rhonda Moody. Yes. Greg Davenport.
Yes.
Wally Childress. Yes. Stan Butt.
No.
Brad Box.
Yes.
Okay, 2407 will pass and be referred to the full commission for consideration tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. And I'll turn it back to you, Chairman Granbery. That concludes my part.
Is that all the time you want to take today? No, thank you so much, Chairman Wright. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to the public. Oh, no, we got another. I'm just moving on. Thank you to the commission for your input. Law enforcement, Dale, Darren, thank you, sirs, for your comments. I think it was a long session on the Wildlife Committee, and we appreciate everybody's input. And I think we had great discussion and great input. Mr. Smith, I appreciate you coming today. And this time I will turn it over to Law Enforcement Chairman Tommy Woods for presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Granbery. At this time, I'd like to ask Lieutenant Colonel Matt Majors to come forward to highlight the law enforcement efforts. I'm sorry, Dale Grandstaff. I was reading along. I can see you up there now. Sorry about that.
So I didn't think I would be at this point, or I wasn't sure if I'd be at this point today or not, but I'm here, and you've already seen the basically what the changes would be if this passed, and in manner and means we would have to go in and change a few things and clean it up a little bit. So the nighttime coyote and bobcat season, the weapons allowed would be shotguns only, no single projectile. Methods allowed would be lights allowed, but not from or attached to a mechanized vehicle or cast from public road. Night vision and thermal imaging equipment will be allowed. Hand, mouth operated and electronic calls that imitate wounded prey or coyote calls are allowed. Dogs are not allowed. And you've seen the red line version. In your red line version, just to make sure that you know it's in there, permission, written, electronic, or text, email is allowed. It would be need to be on the person. Any questions, comments on it?
Any questions from the public? Any questions from the full commission? Yes, I'm going to read the committee members. Or myself, Tommy Woods, Monty Ballou, Chip Saltman, Ford Little, Greg Davenport, and Bill Cox. So I make a motion to move that forward. To have a second.
Second.
All right, open for discussion. Hearing none. Any comments from anyone? Let's do a voice vote on this. All those in favor? Proclamation 24-11, matters and means, passes and goes on to. Back to you. Back to you, Chairman Granbery.
So I think we're at a point in the day where we're ending, and I remind everybody the full commission will meet tomorrow in this same room at 9 a.m. to take up another lengthy agenda of items. And we look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. And thank you for your time and attention today. And this meeting is adjourned.